making original claims based on the ideas provided by them. What is important is to take the basic description of what we can find in any underrepresented work as a medium for forming and transforming one's own ideas. While striving to remain faithful to what we can find within the bounds of Tanab's logic of species, this article will take the same methodological stance to his essays as he did to Bergson's, among others. The spirit of Tanabine philosophy, therefore, fully supports our venture to elucidate the logic of species and explore its implications for the philosophy of nature. The logic of species, defining the terms and their intermediary relations. The threefold distinction of genus, species, and individual corresponds to Tanab's rendering of the universal, the particular, and the singular. Given that the history of philosophy, in its ongoing task of achieving a comprehensive understanding of reality, exhibits a constant struggle between emphasizing the primacy of the universal and maintaining faithfulness to the irreducibility of the single individual, Tanab proposes species as the middle term that serves as the foundation for establishing a proper intermediation between these. It is quite challenging, however, to define one of these terms in a determinate and coherent fashion, precisely because each definition presupposes its relation to others. Simply put, we cannot define one term without defining the others. Given that one term could mean a number of different things depending on how we formulate its relation to other terms, it is a matter of course that some parts of the explanations of the single term will have to wait for further elucidation vis-a-vis other terms and vice versa. In what follows, therefore, I will provide a preliminary outline of what Tanab means by each term, in the awareness that this does not exhaust Tanab's understanding of absolute mediation. This exercise is necessary if we are to demonstrate how Tanab sees their mediatory relations to each other and why he speaks of the logic of species. With genus, Tanab indicates the notion of the universal. It is abstract or mere ideality when it is understood apart from other terms, that is to say, it is non-existent in and of itself. In the context of social ontology, he refers to it as the totality of all human beings and further attributes the notions of the state and the absolute to it. In the context of metaphysics and the philosophy of religion, he argues that it represents the notion of nothingness as a polyvocal, open unity of all that is, and describes it as a will to salvation or the city of Bodhisattva. It, therefore, represents a sort of principle of unity and rationality that is at work in other terms such as species and individual. However, if we interpret genus merely as the totality of all beings in immanent terms, Tanab argues, we must be mistaking it for an unmediated sense of species or reducing genus to a bad sense of the latter. To understand genus properly, as what it is, we must first conceive of it as absolute negation or negative unity that constitutes the inseparable unity of all terms without reducing their differences to an unmediated sameness. In this sense, the concept of nothingness is indispensable for properly interpreting Tanab's rendering of genus. With species, the Japanese philosopher indicates the notion of the particular, that is to say, that which is more universal than the singular and more specific than the universal. It is described as the substrate of all living beings and, unlike genus, it can be seen as being both immediate and irrational in itself. Species in its immediacy, in other words, constitutes a continuous and particular whole that compiles a multitude of individuals into a relatively determinate group, and this specific group can serve as the foundation of individual lives. The prime example of this relation between species and individual would be the relation of a nation-state and its citizens. If I reflect on my existence as a singular person, I can easily think of my nationality, i.e., Japanese, as a specific characteristic of it. The socio-political identification of the nation-state is usually more or less given immediately, and my citizenship in this particular country has provided me with certain elements that have enabled me to live my life as a free individual in this world. Superscript 1. What is interesting about Tanab's argument is that rationality ultimately belongs to genus. In view of this fact, a species can provide no rational ground for legitimizing its identity over the others. Its specificity is simply beyond reason. As I will explain later, Tanabe comes to argue that species can serve as the ground for manifesting the ideality of genus in concrete reality, thereby highlighting the possibility that various forms of species can be placed in a hierarchical order. In other words, he does not deny that one species or a small group of them can come to play a leading role in manifesting the ideality and rationality of genus vis-a-vis other species. However, even in this process of relativizing species by means of genus, this realization of ideality is made through the free act of individuals, and whether its formal specificity should be defined in one way or another in relation to the manifestation of the rational whole, remains completely contingent. In this sense, Tanabe concludes that the species is the grounding source of individual's immediate life, and what ultimately ought to be denied it only gives the expedient being that exists as the negative mediator of absolute nothingness's manifestation in this world. If we revisit the example of my nationality, the specificity of being Japanese can manifest its rational ground only when its citizens live up to the ideality of humanity and transform their socio-political belonging in the nation-state into an enabling ground for an open community of free individuals. But this concrete manifestation of the universal ideal of humanity can be made through any specific group of individuals, and there is no reason why it has to be done by means of one form more than by some other, as regards their specific way of living their lives. When a group of individuals identifies the source of its individual life in a specific socio-political milieu as the ultimate ground of all things and fails to recognize the contingency and irrationality of the former in its negative relation to the latter, then we witness the totalitarian dictum of nationalism, where the participants erroneously reduce genus to a bad sense of species. Tanabe was clearly against this reduction of the notion of genus to the unmediated sense of species. To ground the contingency and irrationality of the specific, Tanabe comes to realize, the notion of species must represent something more than the given irrational that we can immediately talk about as something irreducible to our individual existence in con seritu or to the ideality of human existence in abstracto. In response to a criticism that Tanabe's rendering of species seems to lack any mediation regardless of the fact that it should demonstrate an axis of absolute mediation, the social ontological structure of logic strives to articulate species in between status in relation to genus and individual as the principle of self-negation, or, more precisely, an endless movement of auto-generated oppositions that has its source in nothing other than itself. Species does not possess the negative outside itself, but within itself carries that which denies itself. This self-negation has nothing beyond itself that grounds it, and it is the self-negation that is entirely specific to species. The reason why species is not universal but particular is because it is simply self-negating and does not give any absolute negation. When we say that the particularization of the universal is universal's self-alienation, what we mean is that absolute negation is reduced to self-negation. But without this self-negation, we cannot talk about species as species. Nor can we know its existence. The fact that we have already known and been talking about it presupposes some negation of, and opposition to, immediacy. We just have to understand species as that kind of self-negation. This insight certainly allows Tanabe to emphasize the contingent characteristics of species. There is no external reason why the series of divisions between diverse species is made in the way it is, nor can we reach any teleological viewpoint from which we can place a number of species in a hierarchical order based on their specificities. Species, as the principle of self-negation, is just that which divides itself, hence, it is simply marked with contingent finitude, whereby no rationality can be ascribed to the ways in which it divides itself. However, this insight also leads Tanabe to revise the initial definition of species as having a primitive unity or a continuous whole in its immediacy. Is because, so long as we think that the essence of species is to divide itself through the principle of self-negation, whichever part of species we look at, we will recognize a conflict between the positive and the negative power, and thereby, based on this conflict, the division towards the negative opposition and the unification towards the whole that opposes the very division accompany each other. Species represents this unceasing movement that contains the double negation that tries to divide itself through the struggle between opposing powers while, in turn, trying to preserve its unity through opposing this division. We cannot possibly think of it as a fixed unity at rest. Superscript 1. It is undeniable that we can articulate species as something that is directly involved with the life of the individual. We can see, for instance, that a specific nation-state, an ethnic group, or a particular society can serve as an enabling condition for the possibility of one's existence as a free individual. Tanabe's qualification of species as a principle of self-negation, here, does not contradict this point. However, he qualifies that the determinate phase of species as the immediately given is only half of the whole picture. The specific socio-political, linguistic, or cultural milieu is contingent and subject to change regardless of the fact that it constantly strives to preserve its unity. That is because it carries within itself the seed of self-negation as species. It divides itself as it strives to preserve its particular identity, and as a contingent particular, it is always subject to endless change. Thus, the notion of species represents the principle of dynamic self-negation that constitutes two opposing phases of immediate positivity and mediated negativity. Species, in Tanabe's account, therefore, manifests itself in two types: the positive type, which opens itself to ideality and the rationality of genus while recognizing its relativity vis-a-vis other species, and the negative and unmediated type, which strives to preserve its relatively unified identity in immediacy and tempts the individuals that belong to it to regard it as the absolute ground of all things. Superscript 1. The question, then, is as follows: where precisely is the basis on which genus is manifested through species without compromising its specificity, or reduced to the partial picture of species as the immediately given? The answer is the following: it lies in free choice and the actions of the individual. If the notion of species is to serve as the foundation of individual, it cannot be a simple amalgamation of individuals but must represent that which is both irreducible to and constitutive of individual's concrete existence. When it is conceived as the negative and unmediated whole, moreover, its immediate unity has a propensity to swallow up the individual. Superscript 1. Species constitutes the continuous whole that denies the individual but at the same time gives the societal substrate as the foundation through which the individual can come to enjoy its existence. In this sense, Tanabe argues, in their negative relation, individual and species presuppose that the individual can discard species through its own power, while simultaneously species can bring the individual to extinction. In short, species gives birth to individual as it kills the individual. The flip side of this dialectical argument is that the individual must also stand in an oppositional relation to species, and, in that sense, Tanabe defines the individual as having the will to power. What he means by this is freedom, or the ability to deny the essence of determinate identity in itself, and take this freedom as its essence. Superscript 1. This sounds quite natural to our ears if we apply it once again to the relation between a nation-state and its citizen. A single individual owes much to her country for enjoying her life, but what grants her the status of the singular is her ability to transcend her national identity and to make her own decisions which may support or go against what is expected of her as her civic duty in that particular socio-political climate. The examples of this will to power could range from an extreme case of high treason to a milder instance of naturalization in another state. Humanitarian aid to citizens of other countries would also qualify as the exercise of this freedom. The point is that the individual has the ability to suspend species when their interests are in conflict with each other. In the LSE, Tanabe examines the source of the individual's radical freedom. His argument is that the individual's differentiation from species through the will to power cannot be self-given but must come from somewhere else. In the process of responding to a critique of his earlier engagement with Durkheim's totemic principle and Tani's Gemeinschaft, Gesellschaft distinction, Tanabe traces the rise of individual freedom in the conflict between particular societies. What takes place in this moment of conflict between species is that the individual usurps the self-negating power of species. In the LSE, Tanabe defines the condition for the possibility of exercising freedom. Only an individual who usurps the power of species that both determines and unifies all individuals can obtain the will to power through the mediation of this governing force pertaining to species. Stated succinctly, the individual can be established through its oppositional unity vis-a-vis species, and because of that, its will to power represents that which is mediated through species as the will to life. The essential determination of the individual, therefore, is that it can stand in its opposition to species as it exercises its spontaneity that transforms the determination of species into a medium of its establishment. This self-differentiation of individual from species as radical freedom maintains a paradoxical relation between the two terms. On the one hand, the individual is completely in opposition to species, thereby claiming its irreducible difference. 2. And independence on species. Yet, on the other, since the source of its division from species comes from the self-negating principle of the latter, there is a significant degree of indebtedness to what the individual is departing from. This leads us to an interesting outlook on the relation between individual and species in reference to the two types of the genus-species relation. The negative sense of species generates a reduction of genus to species where the latter mistakes itself for the absolute, while disregarding its specificity superscript 1. In this case, this species loses sight of itself since, on the basis of its finite specificity, it maintains its quality in its relativity to other species. Under the reign of this closed species, the individual will come to experience their conflict with other species. Additionally, as the species aims to preserve its identity, it fails to exercise its full potential as the principle of self-negation and makes a self-contradictory demand of unwanted service on the individual. In this case, the individual will be awakened to its freedom and bring its closed species to a transformation. This transformative change of the closed species only leads us to the positive sense of it that gives an open relation between genus and species where the irrational substrate of species can manifest rationality of genus without losing its specificity that keeps its relativity with other species. The principle of self-negation with regard to this species is fully realized in this open species, hence, the individual is fully exercising its freedom and making possible the manifestation of genus in species. This is what Tanabe means by the absolute mediation of genus, species, and individual, or the triadic logic of species. What is important in relation to the nature of the individual is that it plays the crucial role for realizing the open mediation between genus and species, thereby fulfilling the promise of its freedom as derived from the self-negating principle of species. Absolute mediation as the logic of species. We have seen that the rationality of genus cannot exist in and of itself but only manifests itself through species that serves as the substrate of life. Species represents the contradictory principle of self-negation, hence, it has a double directionality in its way of presenting the genus. On the one hand, it strives to preserve its continuous unity by imposing its immediate and determinate identity on the individual as the absolute whole. In this case, the species mistakes itself as genus while disregarding its finite specificity and equality with other species. On the other hand, it also strives to deconstruct its determinate identity and constantly calls for a transformation that brings itself in its relativity to other species. This self-contradictory nature of species serves as the foundation of freedom in the individual, and only through exercising this freedom in a particular way, can the single individual concretize genus in and through species. Tanabe describes this formal structure of the logic of species as absolute mediation, and an examination of this notion can help us sketch out the content of the intermediation between the metaphysical terms in question. In the LSE, he argues, absolute mediation means that in order to establish one, it is always mediated through another. Thus, since one and the other mutually negate each other, it means that absolute mediation cannot be carried out unless every affirmation is made through negation as a medium of its establishment. As the so-called negation qua affirmation, absolute mediation requires that an affirmation is always an affirmation through negation. Hence, it excludes all immediacy. Even for what we call the absolute, we cannot allow it to be established directly unless it takes any relative that negates it as the medium of its establishment. The double directionality in mutual affirmation through negation among three terms in the logic of species is much easier to picture in reference to the relation of species and individual. Species is conflicted between its self-preservation and self-negation, and because of that, this inner split ultimately characterizes its nature as the self-negating principle. The individual, then, takes on this principle as the basis of its freedom, and can choose to contribute to the preservation of the species or the transformation of it into a different kind. However, the similarity of self-negation between the individual and the species does not necessarily exhibit what kind of action from the side of individual will contribute to the conservative or the innovative formation of its species. The question remains what kind of action constitutes the full realization of freedom by the individual and how it contributes to the intermediation of other terms. In the LSWS, Tanabe describes what the intermediation of three terms would look like with an emphasis on genus as the unity of species and individual. He argues that the individual does not stand in an oppositional relation to genus, but genus enables the individual to recognize itself in its negative relation to other individuals. Also, since it negates species through itself as absolute mediation. Species does not disappear simply as species, but at the same time it is preserved in the unity of genus that transcends species. Accordingly, the special characteristics of species that is to stand in an opposition to other species is suspended and thereby comes to demonstrate the relation of difference qua sameness or otherness qua self. Genus accepts an infinite number of species and transcends them. In here, genus exhibits the meaning of the absolute whole. In this whole, not only the individuals in the same species, but also the individuals that belong to other species maintain the relationship of equality, as they constitute the unity of difference qua sameness in the same genus, and they stand in the relation of self qua other whether or not they belong to the same species. In short, the reason why genus realizes the whole of absolute mediation is because all conflicts between species and individual, between single individuals, and between multiple species are negatively unified, whereby they enter into their mediatory relations to each other. Genus, as the principle of absolute mediation, therefore, embodies an open whole that both unifies all opposing terms and preserves their differences. Once again, it grants them their equality with each other without disregarding their specificities. The content of the absolute mediation, in this sense, is a kind of agapic release that non-insistently disposes autonomous power to what is other to itself and enables them to be what they are in their oppositional relation to each other. For this reason, Tanabe comes to describe this open unity of species and individual in genus as the notion of nothingness, and declares that individual freedom must carry out the act of nothingness so that, through its intermediation with other individuals, it can manifest the ideality of such universal genus in the substrate of species. It takes a while for Tanabe, in his essays on the logic of species, to clarify what exactly the act of nothingness should look like. Given that genus provides some space for both species and individual to determine themselves, and also that species represents the principle of self-negation at work in the heart of individual existence, Tanabe comes to argue that the individual must practice a kind of self-sacrifice as a negative mediator of one's own self-realization in its relativity to the self-negating nature of genus and species. The act of individual as the subject, he further elucidates, represents the transformation of self-negation pertaining to species into the absolute negation of genus, and thereby individual is established through the transformation into genus via the mediation of self-negation in species instead of simply by standing in an opposition to species. What he means by the term transformation or conversion becomes clear only when he ties the practical notion of metanosis to it in the 1940s. The last essay, The Dialectic of the Logic of Species, which is a revision of an essay published in 1946, and was published after the appearance of 232 Takeshi Morisato. Philosophy as Metanoetics, clearly indicates that the act of nothingness must represent a kenotic movement of self-negation, an agapic selflessness that brings itself to nothing so that what is other to itself becomes everything. To embody and signify the absolute nothingness of universal genus in the particular species, therefore, individual must be actively engaged in the act of constituting the intersubjective works of love with other individuals, and this community of selfless individuals gives a particular manifestation of genus in their species. Superscript 2. What makes this logic triadic is that this open species of free individuals, as the concrete manifestation of nothingness, consists of multiple communities of individuals that recognize the source of their freedom in other relevant metaphysical terms. With three terms giving space for each other through their self-negation, individual freedom can be seen to complete the triadic logic of species. The intermediation of species through the notion of absolute mediation, a self-negating theory of evolution. The application of the triadic logic of species to our philosophical understanding of natural beings gives an interesting insight into the philosophy of nature. In the context of social ontology, THIRD regards a nation-state or any particular socio-linguistic, cultural, ethnic or even racial grouping of human individuals as species. This is clearly incompatible with the biological understanding of humans as Homo sapiens. However, what we need to keep in mind in applying THIRD's logic of species to the philosophy of nature is that it is essentially concerned with the structure of the ways in which a specific group of living beings organizes itself and manifests its ideality through its interrelation with other species. The ontology of species, in other words, is abstract enough to give us a formal definition of the term in its relativity to other terms, such as genus and individual, thereby enabling us to identify what counts as a biological species according to THIRD. In the following, we will hypothesize THIRD's philosophy of nature by contextualizing his concepts in reference to the basic terms in biology. According to THIRD, species represents an irrational substrate of life for individual beings and, more importantly, it carries within itself an irresolvable energy of contradiction. As that which gives life to the individual, species suffers from a double directionality towards self-preservation and self-negation. Since it is incapable of bringing this mark of finitude within itself to rest, THIRD has emphasized it as constituting the principle of self-negation. There is no ground outside species to account for the contradictory nature of its specific existence, and in fact, because of that, its specificity is radically contingent and, precisely in that sense, it is irrational. Genus represents the ideality or rationality of existence, and yet since it cannot exist in and of itself, it must be revealed through various forms of species as the intermediation of individuals. Species serves as a place in which the interrelation of individuals can concretize the ideality of genus. Lastly, the individual takes on the double directionality of species, thereby attaining freedom. On the one hand, it can choose to affirm itself over against all the others and, on the other, it can negate itself to fully realize its nature as a contradictory existence. What THIRD has in mind as the act of self-negation in individual is a kind of selfless giving. This leaves room for other individuals to freely determine themselves and, through this agapic kind of self-negation, it constitutes an open community of selfless individuals as the ideal manifestation of genus in species. Let us see, then, how this triadic logic of species might guide our understanding of a lion as an instance of pantherolia. THIRD's framework of thinking does not frame species as a constitutive form that gives a unifying intelligibility to the individual being. Rather, it represents the irrational substrate of life that transmits its ontological energy to the individual, the power of existence that is torn between two contradictory movements towards its continuation and discontinuation. That is to say, every species has a natural propensity to encourage procreation and to preserve its continuous whole beyond the death of individuals. Yet what makes it a specific whole is the principle of self-negation that limits itself in relation to other species and ultimately negates its existence. It is ultimately finite and there is no species that can escape extinction. Additionally, in reference to other species in the same genus, there is no reason why the individual has to be a lion rather than a jaguar. The notion of species in THIRD's account identifies radical contingency with a specific way of being vis-a-vis all the other possible ways. Not only could a lion have been a jaguar or any other species of Panthera, we cannot give any rational ground or teleological reasons for prioritizing one species over the others. when they are properly understood as various manifestations of the same genus. We ought to see them as being equal to each other. The notion of Panthera as genus cannot refer to any concrete existence in nature but demonstrates an idea that ought to be manifested through different species. In this case, the idea of genus enjoys rationality and necessity, unlike species, hence, this seems to imply, at least in Tanabe's account, that its extinction should be avoided at all cost. However, note that there cannot be any direct preservation of genus and that there can only be proper or improper manifestations of it through various forms of species. This implies a paradox, viz., a series of improper manifestations of genus through species that primarily focuses on its self-affirmation or self-preservation could lead to an extinction of the genus. The triadic logic of species, moreover, indicates that genus represents the kenotic principle of absolute negation. This is to say, genus has an inexhaustible wealth of potentiality and, through emptying itself, manifests its ontological richness through various forms of species in reality. What makes this kenotic movement of genus possible is also the intersubjective behaviors of individuals that have a visible impact on the formation of their species. A species, according to Tanabe, cannot continue its existence when each of its members puts itself above the other members, or when the species as a whole dominates other species with the same principle of self-determination. In both cases, the delicate balance of the ecosystem that generally guarantees a sustainable supply to the species' demand for its survival is put under enormous pressure. For the species to fulfill its mediatory function as the place in which genus can manifest its rich content through the interrelational behaviors of individual animals, then, each individual animal must exhibit a kind of selfless behavior and dedicate itself to the well-being of others. As a result, the interrelation of multiple species must also exhibit the kind of behavior that mirror the self-negating self-realization of genus and individual. Finally, this leads us to the nature of the intermediation between multiple species and enables us to provide a Tanabine theory of evolution. Tanabe refers to Ranke's theory of history in contrast with the Hegelian notion of it in the Aha. In this essay, he discusses the nature of each age in relation to the notion of eternity. Tanabe concurs with Ranke's criticism that the Hegelian model of history as rational progress has a problematic tendency to relativize each age as a moment for the development of the next one, thereby reducing the significance of each age to an instrumental value for the self-affirmation of the whole of history. The rational theory of history, in other words, comprises a teleological view of development in which each age serves as a particular means for the self-determining whole of universal humanity. Contra Hegel, Ranke provides a communal picture of world history where the particular has access to the absolute without instrumentalizing the other specific age by determining itself to be the absolute. Tanabe builds on Ranke's philosophy of history in the following passage. With regard to the interrelation of particular ages, if each age is truly in touch with divine eternity, it does not remain as a mere particular, but since it has to be the particular in divine universality, there is no longer the struggle for the power. But rather there must govern peace and harmony in which each age respects the particularity of the other and acknowledges the dignity of the other for the other. Also, since one age necessarily undergoes its transition to another, as each of them maintains its absolute and independent status, the new age should be able to hold its superiority to the old one in terms of order, not through the mechanical relations of power, but by transcending this relation. This means that we can avoid simply placing the particular ages in parallel relation to each other, but place them in order of succession. Here we find the characteristics of the relations among ages. We will be able to find the path to acquire the concept of development, which consistently maintains the absolute status of each age as the relative relation of the ages that follow each other, without including the propensity to instrumentalize each of them for the ultimate purpose in the concept of progress. Superscript 2 Superscript 1. What we find here is more than a stark contrast between the history of progress in the Hegelian model that affirms the worth and value of one age at the expense of all the previous ones and an alternative theory that sees history as a multivocal development affirming the worth and value of each age for its own sake. Point superscript 2 TANABE offers the reflection that genus must consist of the transformative intermediation of species, and that this intermediation must be a kind of kenotic service that grounds the self-negating self-transcendence among multiple species. It certainly surpasses the limit of an instrumental relation between them. As we have seen above, each species is radically contingent in the sense that we cannot rationally prioritize the value of one species over the other, while, at the same time, the logic of species demands that they be respected as having equal dignity and equal ontological value. The transformation of species from one to another in the same genus, moreover, is no longer seen as a sort of progress by means of which the most recent conquers the previous. Rather, they are seen as equal manifestations of the ontological richness inherent in the notion of the genus. TANABE makes the qualification that one species can play a leading role in this business of unpacking the inexhaustible ideality of genus. But, strictly speaking, in reference to the logic of species, it only means that the leading species carries more potentiality to demonstrate the wealth of genus in reference to all the other species. This is not equivalent to the sense of advancement which we see in the case of the notion of rational progress. In order to realize the transformative change from one species to another and/or embody the open mediation of multiple species as the particular manifestation of genus, the individual must practice a kind of self-negation by acknowledging that genus and species are always related to each other. An individual animal, in this case, is no longer seen merely as dominating other individuals for its own survival or insisting on the survival of its own species at the cost of other species. Except for the purpose of fulfilling its nature as a singular, the individual animal ought to be dedicating its life selflessly to the well-being of other individuals and constituting an open community of individuals. Only in that case, can they fully manifest the ideality of genus through their specificity in species. Picturing the selfless behaviors of animals is quite problematic. In terms of social ontology, TANABE uses the term agape and ascribes the act of love to the notion of genus or, more particularly, the absolute mediation of nothingness. Examples are much more available in relation to human activities than to animal behavior. The best philosophical reflection on animality that we can use here, I think, would be George Bertolli's analysis in The Accursed Share, an essay on general economy and the theory of religion. In both texts, Bertolli argues that animals are much more in rapport with the ways in which the world both brings forth and consumes life as excessive energy than humans. Bertolli, like TANABE, understands existence as a contradiction. Bertolli believes that the world is constituted by energy that both enables us to be, and to be squandered without reciprocation. Human beings, with their sovereignty in the living world, according to the French philosopher, constitute a strange and self-alien aided apex in the global economy of excessive energy. Stated otherwise, human beings are equipped with self-consciousness that allows them to make object-subject distinctions in the face of given reality, and, because of that, they cannot fully immerse themselves in the world. By constantly ascribing meanings to all that is, they often fail to live their lives in accordance with the irrational and self-contradictory principle of life and must willy-nilly follow in the end the destiny of its self-negation. Unlike humans, Bertolli argues, every animal is in the world like water in water. Point superscript 2 superscript 3 It does not distinguish itself from other individuals. Nor are animals capable of reflecting on their belonging to a specific species. As a result, an animal never breaks off from the world by positing things in front of it as the objects standing over against itself as the subject. Animals, in this sense, just eat, sleep, procreate, and die. Without pondering why or questioning the significance of their finitude, they gloriously follow the order of the living world. Like water in water, they are in union with the world that generously gives being to all that is and takes it away from everything without reciprocation. THIRD-WORLDISM's account of animals would be a bit more nuanced than Bertollet's in the sense that, by defining species as the self-contradictory substrate of life, we can acknowledge a degree of self-negating freedom that we can ascribe to different species superscript 2 nonetheless, just as it is difficult to ascribe the same degree of freedom to animals as to humans. It is difficult to imagine animals as purposefully setting out to dominate other species or singling themselves out from the rest of their species beyond the basic need of their individual survival. Perhaps, as Bertollet puts it, animals are much more capable of letting go of their ego than humans, such that they can gracefully fall into the earth to die and give room for others to bear much fruit. Concluding remarks, future challenges for the Tanabine philosophy of nature. This paper has provided a methodological reflection on the possibility of a philosophy of nature in Tanab's logic of species, and applied it to our basic understanding of the terms genus, species, and individual in reference to nature. I have demonstrated that the logic of species in Tanab's account is relevant to the field of philosophy of nature and, moreover, that its application to the biological concepts of species can allow us to generate a particular understanding of the natural world that fits with Tanab's metaphysics. I do not wish here to repeat here what has been discussed at length in the preceding text. However, in this concluding section, I would like to point out what remains unanswered at the end of this exploration, and what opens the way to one possible future development of Tanabine philosophy. We have seen how the logic of species in Tanab could bring forth a distinctive understanding of the relevant terms in biology. However, we have not been able to discuss whether or not Tanab's ontology brings any structural change to the ways in which biologists formulate these terms and, if that were the case, how we would have to understand nature or natural beings differently from the way they are understood in natural science. Neither has our approach to Tanab's 13 essays on species provided any determinate solutions to the discussions surrounding species in the contemporary philosophy of science. The simple application of the logic of species to the biological terms used in the most general sense can test the insight provided in Tanab's works. However, we cannot yet deny the possibility of an either/or, either that Tanab's articulation of species will call for the necessity of overhauling the terms used in natural science, or that it only ontologically grounds their legitimacy. We have to test the legitimacy of the biological understanding in light of Tanab's insight at some point, and further investigate whether or not this philosophical evaluation would provide any worthwhile approaches to the problems discussed in the philosophy of biology. Given the lack of critical translations and the insufficiency of Tanab scholarship on the theme of the logic of species, I believe that this chapter has sufficiently laid out the methodological foundation for the possibility of reading Tanab in the context of philosophy of nature. It also provides an adequate introduction to the basic concepts of his logic of species. What we have seen in this chapter, however, is the possibility for a conversation between Tanab and with philosophers of science. I would like to close this chapter with an anticipation of this evolution in our reading of Tanab's philosophical texts on metaphysics and the problems of social ontology. Andrea Gambarato. Teleology, Life, and Cognition. Reconsidering Jonas' Legacy for a Theory of the Organism. Abstract. This chapter takes up Jonas' philosophical legacy as a site for developing a scientifically viable theory of the organism as a natural purpose. It follows a suggestion by the late Francisco Varela that we need to move beyond the unstable position set out by Kant in the Critique of Judgment in order to provide a novel understanding of biological individuality. The chapter explores the theoretical potential of this claim by investigating the role the philosophy of Hans Jonas could play in helping us develop a naturalistic philosophy of biology that rejects both reductive physicalism and the metaphysical idea of teleology as intelligent design but still takes teleology seriously as a natural phenomenon. The lobster, in other words, behaves very much as you and I would behave if we were plunged into boiling water standing at the stove. It is hard to deny in any meaningful way that this is a living creature experiencing pain and wishing to avoid the painful experience. To my mind, the lobster's behavior in the kettle appears to be the expression of a preference, and it may well be that an ability to form preferences is the decisive criterion for real suffering. David Foster Wallace, consider the lobster. 1. Consider the bacterium. This chapter takes up Jonas' philosophical legacy as grounds for developing a scientifically viable theory of the organism as a natural purpose, following a suggestion of the late Francisco Varela. In his very last paper, published posthumously in collaboration with Andreas Weber, Varela argued for the great need to bring to the fore the remarkable and recent convergence between the reawakening of the philosophical discussion concerning natural purposes, and an independent but convergent stream of thought concerning biological individuality and the organism. The conceptual proximity of these developments led Weber and Varela to conclude that, after 2 centuries, we can move beyond the unstable position set out by Kant in the Critique of Judgment, and therefore provide a fresh re-understanding of natural purpose and living individuality. The unstable Kantian position to which they refer is located in the tension inherent in Kant's understanding of teleology. On the one hand, Kant considered mechanism, i.e., the mere reference to efficient causes, insufficient to explain the peculiar features of living systems, notably their ability to self-organize and self-reproduce. This mechanical inexplicability led Kant to the idea that, in order to make sense of vital organization, we must necessarily employ teleological concepts, i.e., consider organized beings as the product of a teleological principle that acts for the sake of something. On the other hand, Kant was not inclined to ascribe teleological features to nature per se, and thus famously argued that natural purposiveness should not be understood as a constitutive feature of organized beings themselves but rather as a mere regulative principle of reason, a specific way that our power of judgment makes sense of the specific class of objects constituted by living organisms. Point superscript 1. This tension was rooted in Kant's Wolffian understanding of teleology. For Christian Wolff, who coined the term teleology in the early 18th century, the notion referred to the area of physics addressing the ends of things. It was thus a theologia experimentalis whose function was to make the wisdom of God comprehensible through the study of nature. This kind of physico-theological argument was untenable to Kant, and yet he could not find a way to conceive of natural intrinsic purposiveness without ultimately referring to intentional extrinsic purposiveness as a fundamental model, which led him to the unstable position criticized by Varela and Weber. In a way, we could argue that the Wolffian understanding of teleology as extrinsic purposiveness that Kant albeit ambivalently subscribed to led him to conceive of teleology as necessarily dependent on the conscious cognition of a human-like agent, and therefore on something not found in nature or supported by objective scientific explanation as he defined it. Varela's invitation to move beyond Kant stems largely from the need he felt later in life to take teleology seriously as a natural phenomenon. According to Varela and Weber, the general shift in our understanding of teleology has recently become possible due to the remarkable convergence between the biological theory of autopoiesis and the philosophical biology of Hans Jonas, rooted in the idea of a strong continuity between life and mind. The aim of this chapter is to explore the theoretical potential of this claim by asking the following question: what role could the philosophy of Hans Jonas play in the development of a naturalistic philosophy of biology that would both reject reductive physicalism and the metaphysical idea of teleology as intelligent design but still take teleology seriously as a natural phenomenon? The answer that I will sketch out is that many of the ideas Jonas formulated in the 1960s and 1970s easily lend themselves to a naturalized conception of organic nature, albeit one that diverges from the dominant framework of philosophical naturalism. Naturalism is generally accepted as the dominant metaphysics of our time. As Barry Stroud explains, naturalism seems to me in this and other respects rather like world peace. Almost everyone swears allegiance to it, and is willing to march under its banner. But disputes can still break about what it is appropriate or acceptable to do in the name of that slogan. Most important among such disputes is the question of what can legitimately be considered nature and how the realm of nature in general relates to what is specifically human, including phenomena such as intentionality or values. These are far from being recent issues. One classical example is the Kantian distinction, formulated in the Critique of the Power of Judgment, between concepts of nature and concepts of freedom, or rather, between that which is pure mechanism and that which pertains to human normativity and therefore responds to different principles. This polarity has a long history in modern philosophy that continued throughout the 20th century. One is reminded of Wilhelm Dilthey's distinction between Naturwissenschaften and Geisteswissenschaften, or the stark opposition Martin Heidegger established in his 1929/30 course on the fundamental concepts of metaphysics between the animal who is poor in world and humans who are world-forming. This philosophical framework generates a strong antithesis between the natural and the human, perpetuating the old Cartesian distinction between machine-like, soul-deprived animals and human beings who are uniquely endowed with an immaterial principle of thought. Interestingly, this dualism is not confined to continental philosophy and transverses the analytic tradition as well. The post-Sellersian distinction between the realm of laws and the space of reasons is a case in point. Once again, this distinction institutes a strong opposition between nature, which works according to blind mechanical laws, and the world of human beings, characterized by something inaccessible to the methods and practices of the natural sciences. Mario De Caro and David MacArthur have defined this issue as the placement problem, which emerges from trying to determine where and how to locate normative phenomena usually associated solely with human beings within the scientific image offered by the natural sciences. Two paths seem available to the naturalist philosopher seeking to resolve this dilemma. The first is to get rid of normative language altogether by showing that normative statements can be entirely reduced to non-normative ones. This is the position De Caro and MacArthur describe as scientific or strong naturalism. Another solution, the one Caro and MacArthur argue for, is a more liberal naturalism able to accommodate specifically human phenomena such as intentionality and values within the scientific image of the world, a non-reductive form of naturalism and a more inclusive concept of nature than any provided by the natural sciences. As Lenny Moss and Daniel Nicholson have recently emphasized, the fundamental problem with such a philosophical enterprise is that sailing this middle course is easier said than done, because we still lack a coherent philosophical framework that would allow us to rethink the relationship of normativity to nature all the way down to the simplest forms of biological organization. We thus lack the tools to ground the features we usually consider the exclusive prerogative of human beings with respect to those that make us natural, and above all, living beings. It is from this general background that I want to address the problem of natural teleology. Indeed, the question of whether something such as intrinsic purposiveness fits the philosophical framework of naturalism can be understood as an exemplary case of the general issue described above. We, much like Kant, are used to considering purposive activity an exclusive feature of human conscious action. To account for the fact that I am going to the kitchen, I provide the reason that, since I am hungry, I am aiming for the fridge in order to get a sandwich. Although the feeling of hunger may be identified as the cause of my going to the kitchen, it is not a cause in the same sense that gravity pushing a sphere down an inclined plane is a cause. Rather, it is a drive, mediated by a sense of need that induces me to make a specific decision through a form of conscious deliberation. Even though the relation between the feeling of need and the deliberation to act in a certain way implies a lesser degree of mediation, it would not be entirely inappropriate to extend the same kind of reasoning to non-human animals. If I observe my cat jumping down from the windowsill and going into the kitchen, and I know that the kitchen is where the milk bowl is located, then I may infer the reason why she went into the kitchen, namely, to get a drink of milk. Or even further, in the now classic example, consider a bacteria. Swimming upstream in a glucose gradient, its flagella motor rotating. If we naively ask, what is it doing, we unhesitatingly answer something like, it's going to get dinner. That is, without attributing consciousness or conscious purpose, we view the bacterium as acting on its own behalf in an environment. The bacterium is swimming upstream in order to obtain the glucose it needs. In this sense, both the cat and the bacterium can be defined as characterized by a certain degree of agency, each conceived at least in a very general way as acting on its own behalf. This is precisely the main point of Jonas' philosophical biology, whose statement of scope expresses no less than the contention that the organic even in its lowest forms prefigures mind, and that mind even on its higher reaches remains part of the organic. In other words, the main object of Jonas' philosophy of life is the reciprocal co-implication of life and cognition, which provides the theoretical grounding for a naturalized conception of biological purposiveness. It therefore overcomes the antinomical stance that has characterized our understanding of teleology at least since Kant, according to which proper scientific explanation of natural phenomena can be attributed to mechanical laws but with a specific class seeming to display features that apparently exceed that form of explanation. Contemporary philosophy of biology seems held hostage by a similar unstable position, with, on the one hand, the phenomenology of living systems providing a rich array of cues that the behavior of living organisms should be understood as intrinsically goal-directed, and on the other a persistent commitment to Kant's rejection of goal-directedness as a constitutive feature of biological organization. This antinomy is best represented by J.B.S. Haldane's iconic characterization of teleology as a mistress a biologist cannot live without, but with whom he is unwilling to be seen in public. Jonas' philosophical biology can be understood as an attempt to find a way out of precisely this antinomy, not by suppressing the testimony of life but rather by accepting it as a call to a revision of the conventional model of reality inherited by a natural science which may be well passing beyond it. I believe this statement to be especially true today, when it can be fruitfully reread against the background of recent calls for a more liberal, normative naturalism, the current turn towards an extended evolutionary synthesis, and the return of the organism as a key concept in biological research. This chapter is divided into 4 sections. In these introductory remarks, I have laid out the general stakes of my analysis of Jonas' philosophical program, namely the question of natural teleology in the context of contemporary naturalism's persistent Cartesian dualism between machine-like, world-poor, soul-deprived animals and human beings endowed with a disembodied principle of cognition. In Section 2, I outline Jonas' analysis of early modern natural philosophy's materialist/mechanist account of life and disembodied account of cognition. Following Jonas' mobilization of the Leibniz-Stahl debate as the point of emergence for an alternative notion of soul, I elaborate how the concept of soul as a dynamic principle of vital organization developed in that exchange accounts for the forms of adaptivity and agency specific to biological systems. Taking up Jonas' analysis of materialism in early modern natural philosophy, I address this issue from a historical point of view by asking the apparently metaphysical question: do animals have souls? The key figure in this historical analysis is the 18th-century physician George Ernst Stahl, who, though commonly portrayed disparagingly as a champion of immaterial vital principles, can be reinterpreted as the first endorser of a form of vital materialism during the heyday of mechanical natural philosophy. I elaborate how Stahl framed soul as just another name for the dynamic organization of a living body, one that accounts for the typical autonomous features absent from non-organized bodies. In Section 3, I develop this thread by focusing on Jonas' assessment of cybernetics and system theory. I argue that Jonas' philosophical biology serves as a useful springboard for overcoming a machine theory of the organism and challenging reductive physicalism, and thus opens the way for a naturalized account of allegedly human phenomena such as values, meaning, and normativity. Ultimately, however, it steps into supernatural territory, beyond the proper scope of natural science, through excessive emphasis on inwardness and on the first-person experience of what it is like to be an organism. This turns Jonas' philosophical program into a scientific dead end. Still, freed from such biocauvinist excesses, Jonas' legacy has much to offer those interested in a naturalized account of sense-making and intentionality. 2. Do animals have souls? In this section I address the question: do animals have souls? The answer I will try to develop in the following pages is that it depends on what we understand the notion of soul to mean and how we construe its relation to the phenomenon of life. More precisely, I will compare 2 models of the soul, the Cartesian conception of soul as an immaterial residential cogitans, the critique of which motivated a large part of Jonas' research trajectory superscript 2, and the idea of soul as the principle of unity, or vital organization, of a living system, allowing for a fundamental distinction between inert and living matter. In a recent article, Charles T. Wolfe points out that life is a controversial topic for the 18th century, not the 17th, and thus that life was not a major object of debate during the phase in the history of ideas we have come to define as the scientific revolution. Superscript 3 In fact, it is not until the 18th century that the existence of living beings suddenly again becomes an explanatory challenge or even a scandal. This scandal was largely the result of the mechanistic scientific paradigm dominant at the end of the 17th century, which was particularly associated with figures such as Descartes and La Mettrie, and which considered organic bodies ultimately as machines de la nature. This in fact was Leibniz's definition of an organism. Despite rejecting a simple equation between living bodies and human-made machines, since, unlike the latter, living bodies are perfectly organized in their most minute parts, Leibniz nonetheless developed an account for living matter dependent on the heuristic of the machine. It is my contention that what we tend to view as early modern mechanism in fact implies at least two different theses. 1. An ontological thesis according to which the universe in general, and organized bodies in particular, must be understood as complex machines resulting from God's intelligent design, and 2. An epistemological thesis, according to which legitimate explanation of nature, conceived as mere extended matter, should exclusively rely on efficient causation that dispenses of all reference to substantial forms or entelechies. The exclusion of such Aristotelian concepts of intrinsic purposiveness is not only compatible with an extrinsic teleology for which purposiveness is necessarily the result of intelligent design. Rather, the ontological thesis according to which organisms are machines moreover seems to presuppose extrinsic teleology as a fundamental part of its theoretical foundations. In this sense, while on the one hand early modern natural philosophy, the ostensible high point of the mechanistic paradigm, worked to expunge teleological language from its vocabulary, it did so only with regard to natural intrinsic purposiveness and by presuming an intentional extrinsic purposiveness to underwrite that mechanism. As Jonas writes, the maxim concerns teleology as a causal mode of nature itself, or immanent teleology, and not transcendent teleology such as might have been exercised by the creator of the existing system of nature in once creating it as it is. From this perspective, following Jonas' lead, we can even say that extrinsic teleology is a conceptual prerequisite for the mechanistic worldview. If organisms are machines of nature whose internal workings are the result of efficient causation among their component parts, then there must be a watchmaker who designed the machine and programmed its functioning. This historical reconstruction of the early modern view of mechanism and its philosophical implications is largely aligned with Jonas' argument that the conception of a divine engineer was actually a requisite for the mechanistic world concept itself during its most vigorous phase of growth. The real problem was with final causes as modi operandi of and in nature itself. Historically their rejection was part of the great struggle with Aristotelianism which marked the birth of modern science, and in this setting it was closely connected with the attack on substantial forms. Regarding final causes, we must observe that their rejection is a methodological principle guiding inquiry rather than a statement of ascertained facts issuing from inquiry. This erasure of intrinsic purposiveness from the discourse on nature explains why life became a problematic notion in the early 18th century. Without the goal-directedness that the ancients ascribed to nature qua nature, nature itself was stripped of life, becoming no more than pure dead matter. Jonas understands the relation between ancient and modern metaphysics as a form of dialectical opposition. If the ancients conceived of matter itself, in all of its forms, as endowed with life, a statement which needs further scrutiny, but which we can still accept here as a general guideline, modern thought since the scientific revolution has instead been based on an ontology whose model entity is pure matter, stripped of all features of life. In this sense, machine signifies in the modern scheme what conversely hylozoism signified in the ancient scheme, the usurpation of one, disassembled realm by the other which enjoys an ontological monopoly, and it is thus after Cartesian or La Mettrian concepts of Betz machines or Homs machines that life becomes a locus of a kind of ontological crisis. One of the loci in which this crisis emerges with most clarity is the famous negotiation debate over the notion of organism that took place between Leibniz and George Ernst Stahl, a medical doctor and professor at the University of Halle. Normally given a bad reputation, Stahl's physiology has been associated with the derogatory label of animaism since not long after the publication of the Theoria Medica Vera. Evidence can already be found in Albrecht von Haller and Caspar Friedrich Wolff, and was rarely read, let alone discussed in detail, and rarely reprinted after the 19th century, nor retranslated, though the tide has been changing in recent years. Stahl's work fundamentally complements Jonas' historical account of the erasure of life from the discourse on nature in early modern materialism. In fact, what Stahl states shocked him above all in contemporaneous physical theories of the human body is that life was never mentioned nor defined, and Teleology, Life, and Cognition 251. I could find no logical definition provided. In his recent book, John Zamato points out how Stahl insisted that the actual character of organic life, in humans as well as in other living things, entailed an immanent purposiveness that could not be derived from merely physical chemical processes. This immanent purposiveness was evident in the fact that, although the fundamental elements of vital organization naturally tend toward chemical degeneration and physical dissolution, living matter seems to have an inherent tendency to self-maintenance. Stahl famously attributed this tendency to the soul. The way we interpret soul here is paramount, and in fact the negotiation dialogue between Leibniz and Stahl can be read as a debate on the very meaning of this notion. Leibniz ultimately remained Cartesian when it came to substance dualism, arguing that the soul cannot be the principle behind the movement and self-maintenance of organic bodies, since extended matter can be modified only by the external action of other extended matter. Thus, for Leibniz the only possible relation between mind and body is the extrinsic parallelism instituted by God's pre-established harmony. Accordingly, we can roughly say that Leibniz, not far from Descartes, conceived of the soul as a purely immaterial principle of thought lacking any contact or relation whatsoever with extended matter and which only manifests in the human mind. But is this the only way we can conceive of the soul? In his Historisches Wörterbuch der Biologie, George Topfer makes a convincing case that, if we go back to the Greek term psyche, the Aristotelian notion of soul can be understood as a synonym for the organization of a body for several reasons. Like the soul, the organization of a body is not itself a body, but belongs only to it. Soul and organization equally do not exist independently of a particular body. Soul and organization both designate the principle of unity and identity of a system, and soul and organization can be understood as the principle of the movement of a body. In this sense, with the term soul Stahl referred to can be understood as nothing other than a supervening order in the object, its principle of organization. Seen from this point of view, the debate between Leibniz and Stahl appears as a veritable querelle de anciens et de modernes concerning the notion of organism and the nature of life, with Leibniz defending a fundamentally modern understanding of the organism as a machine of nature designed by God, and Stahl adhering to the ancient approach that sees living bodies as intrinsically purposive entities animated by a naturalistically conceived soul. If we interpret 252 Andrea Gambarato Stahl's soul as an elaboration of this Aristotelian Galenic tradition, the centuries-old image of Stahl as a mystical endorser of immaterial principles in medical science gets turned upside down. Indeed, if at first glance the negotiation seems to position Stahl as a conservative, metaphysical thinker in relation to the more progressive, naturalist-minded Leibniz, this is largely because of the dull, tedious, unnecessarily high-flown, and abusively slow style of Stahl's responses. Yet if we situate Stahl's animaism in relation to the Aristotelian Galenic understanding of soul as a principle of organization, he instead emerges in a much different light, with a notion of soul that is much more naturalized than Leibniz's immaterial residential cogitans. The considerations I have just laid out concern precisely what Jonas refers to as the artificial sundering of residential cogitans and res extensa in the heritage of dualism, with the extrusion between them of life. This sundering depended on the condition that soul was banished from the context of nature, and this again was possible only insofar as in the explanation of nature in general soul was not needed as a cause of motion. In fact, in a nature without mind, soul as a dynamic principle would be a source of irrationality and promote disorder rather than law. Although we find no detailed analysis of Stahl's work in Jonas' discussion of early modern natural philosophy, the role Stahl ascribed to the soul as a principle of motion in living organisms pairs strikingly well with Jonas' coextensive understanding of life and mind. As I hope this rough outline suggests, Jonas' thought offers an alternative perspective on the genealogy of the dominant metaphysics of our era. Contemporary naturalism is largely a legacy of Cartesian dualism. As Jonas acutely points out, the only possible way for any metaphysics after early modern natural philosophy to get beyond the Cartesian juxtaposition of mind and matter was a choice between them. While a minority of thinkers took the side of the former, most of early modern natural science and philosophy strongly opted for the latter. Against this choice, materialism emerged as the real ontology of our world since the Renaissance, the real heir to dualism. From this point of view, in which matter is the only real thing out there in the world, the question of whether the bacterium swimming in a glucose gradient could have something like a soul sounds purely metaphysical. On the other hand, if we consider the soul the dynamic unity of a living body striving towards its own self-preservation, we can provide a thoroughly naturalized answer to the question: yes, animals, qua living beings, have souls. This implies, however, teleology, life, and cognition 253. That we ascribe even the simplest form of biological organization a minimal degree of cognition and agency, or, as Jonas would put it, freedom. 3. A view from within. Given the historical background provided in the previous section, I will now address the question of theoretical methodology. Or rather, how do we understand and conceptually formalize the peculiar forms of adaptivity and agency that characterizes biological systems? I will focus on Jonas' criticism of cybernetics and system theory as he develops a solution to this dilemma, which takes the form of a phenomenological style view from within. In the mid-20th century, cybernetics offered the most coherent and influential framework for accounting for goal-directed behavior in organisms and artifacts alike, presenting itself as the science of control and communication in the animal and in the machine. As the title of Wiener's seminal work suggests, cybernetics largely developed as a machine theory of the organism that reserved the term teleology for a specific form of behavior regulated by a mechanism of negative feedback. This machine theory is evident in the examples laid out by one of the seminal papers of the discipline, Behavior, Purpose, and Teleology. Providing examples of non-feedback behavior, the authors refer to both a machine insensible to light programmed to interfere with a luminous object and a snake striking a frog with no visual report from the prey after its initial movement. In contrast, the behavior of some machines and some reactions of living beings involve a continuous feedback from the goal that modifies and guides the behaving object. Before turning to Jonas' analysis of cybernetics, I would like to return briefly to the theoretical analysis of the early modern view of mechanism that, following Jonas' lead, I developed in the previous section. What is the relationship between this cybernetic conception of the machine and the one elaborated by early modern natural philosophy? In the previous section, I identified two fundamental theses and a corollary, an ontological thesis, an epistemological thesis, and the extrinsic teleology thesis. In what follows, I will sketch out how cybernetics adheres to each. The ontological thesis considered organisms as machines of nature. In this respect, I emphasized some variation between a strict Cartesian model, according to which organisms are considered identical to man-made machines. 254 Andrea Gambarato. Except that they are designed by God, and a more deflationary, chiefly Leibnizian, model that emphasized some differences between artifacts as human machines and organisms as divine machines. I highlighted that the former constitute a simple assembly of parts while the latter are perfectly organized even in their most minute parts. Cybernetics can read as a Leibnizian machine theory of the organism, since its main defendants argue for a strong behavioral analogy between machines and living organisms while insisting on their structural differences in material composition. The epistemological thesis holds that the physiology and behavior of living organisms should be explained solely in terms of efficient causations among component parts, without any reference to final causes. Although structurally involved in an investigation of the notion of purpose, cybernetics seems to subscribe to this thesis as well, since one of its main concerns is to detach the analysis of purposive behavior from any concept of final cause. Within cybernetics, purposive behavior is addressed by studying servomechanisms that work according to negative feedback loops and do not imply an opposition to causal determinism. If organisms are analyzed as analogous to machines whose behavior is regulated by servomechanisms, then what about the extrinsic teleology thesis? The answer to this question relies largely on how we understand natural purposiveness to work. In the case of a typical cybernetic self-correcting device such as a thermostat, the notion of purpose refers to the end state of the device itself. In the case of the thermostat, the end state, programmed by an engineer, is the maintenance of a certain temperature, and it is obtained through an error-sensing mechanism. If we apply the same line of reasoning to living organisms, we reach the conclusion that cybernetics, as the science of control and communication in the animal and in the machine, surreptitiously implies the extrinsic teleology thesis, in the sense that teleological behavior necessarily implies previous intelligent design in the form of pre-established structural arrangements. Of course, the identity of the engineer is not so easily answered in this case as in early modern natural philosophy, but it remains true that, from a philosophical point of view, the cybernetic theory of the organism still moves within the conceptual space of post-Cartesianism. Masterfully describing the theoretical situation I just laid out, Jonas summarized this point by saying that Darwinists, behaviorists, cybernetic Ians, adopt in effect the Cartesian position without its metaphysical cargo. Against this theoretical backdrop, his philosophical biology thus attempted to overcome the machine theory he saw defining our understanding of life since the scientific revolution. General system theory seemed to provide Jonas with a theoretical springboard towards that end. In 1951, he participated in a special issue of the journal Human Biology dedicated to general system theory as a new approach to the unity of science. The issue included 3 essays by Ludwig von Bertalanffy, as well as comments by Karl Hempel, Robert Bass, and Jonas himself. This is an important document for assessing Jonas' position towards system theory as a possible response to cybernetics, a position characterized by significant alignment but also by the critique that system theory did not go far enough in counteracting materialism. Although Jonas indubitably considered Bertalanffy's system theory a valuable asset for overcoming the post-Cartesian machine theory of the organism underlying the cybernetic program, in his view Bertalanffy was still guilty of taking a view from without, considering the organism from the point of view of the residential extensa. This is where Jonas' phenomenological approach led him to the argument that the only way to truly understand organic purposiveness is by taking a view from within, or considering the first-person experience of our own lived bodies. Both Bertalanffy's and Jonas' theoretical endeavors were conceived as a means of overcoming cybernetic machine theory, but their difference lies in how they propose to achieve this goal. For Bertalanffy, general dynamic principles should provide the theoretical foundations for an adequate understanding of organic goal-directedness and organization, of which cybernetic regulation represents only a derivative subcategory. Yet how this should happen, or in what exactly these dynamic principles should consist, Bertalanffy does not say. Indeed, one would expect Jonas to address precisely this critical point, but his comments go in a different direction, criticizing system theory as still too materialistic and focusing on the necessity of taking a view from within. As mentioned above, I believe this is where his contribution to a non-reductionist but still naturalist-minded theory of the organism drifts toward non-naturalist shores. In Jonas' framework, system theory becomes a method of description that can be applied to certain biological phenomena, making use of differential equations to model the internal dynamics of biological processes such as embryonic development or metabolic self-regulation. It describes how a system behaves if certain formal conditions are fulfilled, but it does not say anything about the origin of that behavior itself. It is not clear whether Jonas is arguing that an explanation of metabolism is simply out of reach for objective natural science, or if he considers it something we are not yet able to explain with the scientific tools currently at our disposal. Certainly, however, he maintains that, no matter how far we go in complexifying our scientific toolkit, as long as its philosophical underpinnings remain bound to a materialist conception of living matter as first and foremost matter, we are still moving within the boundaries of Cartesianism, where living beings are automata explicable by the tools of physical science. For Jonas, system theory effectively refines the theoretical tools by which we try to make sense of organic goal-directedness. Still, even if its mathematical models are sufficient to overcome the explanatory swamps of reductionism, from a philosophical point of view they will never be able to give us a fundamental sense of the intrinsic purposiveness that defines living beings as such. Superscript 1. Jonas argues, in classic phenomenological style, that the only way we can access that intrinsic purposiveness is to observe from within ourselves the peculiar drives and desires that are manifest in us and to apply them through analogy to all other living beings. To return to the examples laid out in the introduction, when I take a look from without on the agency of a cat or a bacterium, I can claim that they are actively striving for food only because I have a direct experience from within of my very own strivings as a living being. In this sense, Jonas' answer to biological machine theory, from Descartes through cybernetics, is this inwardness of living organisms, which we can access through our first-person experience of what it's like to be an organism. This inwardness ultimately stands as the core of Jonas' philosophical biology, adequately synthesized in the motto that life can be known only by life. For Jonas' legacy and what to do with it? In this chapter, I have taken up the potential legacy of Jonas' philosophical biology for a theory of the organism, following Varela's and Weber's suggestion that he represents one of the giants on whose philosophical shoulders we should be able to ground a new understanding of organisms as natural purposes. I began by questioning what role Jonas' theory of the organism might play within current debates on philosophical naturalism. These debates address questions like, how we can ground specifically human phenomena from the point of view of natural science. Is it possible to retrieve the naturalistic foundations of intentionality and value? Is it possible to ground subjectivity naturalistically? I believe these questions index a theoretical endeavor largely overlooked by contemporary naturalism, especially its mainstream physicalist and reductionist branches, and that in this sense Jonas' philosophical biology points toward a potential way forward for contemporary philosophical discussions. What we can retain from Jonas' account of the relation between life and mind is a relevant conceptual indicator of how a naturalized account of normative agency might overcome the dualism still characterizing our understanding of the relationship between human and non-human nature. Jonas' essay on the philosophical aspects of Darwinism makes this case quite convincingly, as it argues that, by establishing the radical continuity of descent between humans and non-human animals, Darwinian evolution abolished the special position of the human that had characterized fundamental ontology since early modern natural philosophy and Descartes' declaration of substance dualism. In this respect, Jonas' call for an ontological revolution pairs strikingly well with recent calls for a normative naturalism capable of overcoming the century-long gap between the realm of laws and space of reasons. Superscript 1. This challenge can be exemplified by the ostensibly metaphysical question of whether animals have souls. As Jonas' analysis suggests, this question provides important insights on the theoretical genealogy linking a certain kind of reductive physicalism to the metaphysical background of Cartesianism. Indeed, what we take to be the least metaphysical position turns out historically to imply rather significant metaphysical baggage, including a disembodied conception of cognition as immaterial thinking. On the other hand, such re-examination of Cartesian dualism and early modern natural philosophy can perhaps provide the theoretical starting point for reconsidering apparently metaphysical positions, such as Stahl's animaism, by situating them within the framework of a new kind of non-reductive vital materialism in which the soul is considered a dynamic principle of organization of a living body, thus providing a naturalistic grounding for sense-making and normative agency in biological systems. Point superscript 1 superscript 2. This kind of account of sense-making would effectively naturalize the threads developed in Jonas' philosophical biology without having to resort to notions of inwardness or the transcendental lived body. Within our endeavor to construct a theory of the organism, the phenomenological view from within championed by Jonas at best plays the role of regulative principle in the Kantian sense of the term, i.e., a hermeneutic tool providing an alternative philosophical outlook on organic nature with the goal merely of providing objective explanatory frameworks and theoretical models. If mistaken for a genuine explanatory ground, the reference to inwardness is ultimately the part of Jonas' legacy that we do not need if we are to develop a scientifically viable theory of the organism. Pier Francesco Biasetti. Dialectical Thinking and Science, The Case of Richard Lewontin, Dialectical Biologist. Abstract, Richard Lewontin's dialectical approach to biology emphasizes the relationship between the organism, its development, and the environment, providing an alternative view to the one provided by mechanistic and reductionist paradigms. This alternative view can be seen as the most lucid attempt made in recent times to apply to a particular science the dialectical tradition flowing from Engels' Anti-Düring and the unfinished dialectics of nature. By analyzing Lewontin's critique of mechanistic biology and his constructivism, a general assessment of the pretension of the dialectical approach in science will be attempted. Introduction. In this chapter I will focus on Richard Lewontin's dialectical approach to biology. Superscript 1. Lewontin's views are interesting for the theme of this book, not only for their emphasis on the relation between organisms and environment, they also form the most lucid attempt made in recent times to apply to biology the peculiar tradition of dialectical thinking originating from Engels' Anti-Düring and the unfinished dialectics of nature. I will start from the roots of this tradition in order to grasp its main points. I will then sketch Lewontin's peculiar position in the tradition by focusing on his critique of mechanistic biology and his constructivistism. Lewontin's dialectical leanings are explicitly formulated in a series of papers collected in the book The Dialectical Biologist, co-authored with fellow Harvard biologist Richard Levin. Another collection of dialectical essays, largely less technical, is Biology Under the Influence, again with Levin's. Lewontin's impressive career produced a rather long list of publications. Beside the aforementioned collections of essays, the best volume to pick in order to grasp his application of dialectical thinking to biology is, perhaps, The Triple Helix. The first 3 chapters were first published in Italian, and for the most part they expand the seminal paper The Organism as the Subject and Object of Evolution. More militant books are Not in Our Genes, co-authored with neuroscientist Stephen Rose and psychologist Leon Kamin, and Biology as Ideology. Pier Francesco Biasetti, Leibniz Institute for Zoo and Wildlife Research. https://doi.org/10.1515/9783110604665-013. In the last part of the paper I will try to assess the pretension of the dialectical approach in science through an analysis of Lewontin's case. 1. Dialectics and Metaphysics. In the introduction to his Anti-Düring, Friedrich Engels stated that nature works dialectically and not metaphysically. Superscript 2. The consequences are that scientists should abandon the metaphysical frame of theorizing, and embrace dialectical thinking. But what is the meaning here of these two terms, dialectical and metaphysical? Let us start with the latter. A conventional distinction between metaphysics and ontology. Superscript 3 is that ontology catalogues existing entities, while metaphysics explains what they are. According to Engels, we could say, natural scientists must engage in both tasks in order to understand natural phenomena. However, they usually fail at metaphysics because they ignore philosophy, and, as such, fall prey to bad philosophy. Engels, thus, is not claiming that scientists should stop dealing with the questions posed by what we could call metaphysics. 1. What natural entities are. He claims instead that they should stop framing their answers according to what we could call metaphysics 2, the metaphysical one view opposed to dialectics. 1.1 Dialectics of Nature, Metaphysics 1, Epistemology and Sociology of Science. Metaphysics 2 can be resumed in the habit of observing natural objects and processes in isolation, apart from their connection with the vast whole, of observing them in repose, not in motion, as constants, not as essentially variables, in their death, not in their life. Metaphysics 2 is grounded in dichotomy, analysis, and a static view of identity. As it is based on common sense, it supplies us with a good heuristic for grasping. Nature is the proof of dialectics, and it must be said for modern science that it has furnished this proof with very rich materials increasing daily, and thus has shown that, in the last resort, nature works dialectically and not metaphysically. See Varza. The distinction can be traced back at least to Quine. Marx and Engels, 20. 266 Pier Francesco Biasetti. Simple and ordinary pictures of things. But its use in natural science is limited, because it defies two properties of the world, complexity and change. According to Metaphysics 2, everything has its place and everything is in its place. As such, the best science it can produce is Newton's model of celestial bodies and Linnæus' classification of species. At the opposite spectrum of Metaphysics 2, DT stresses change and relation. While for the metaphysician 2 all fundamental properties of things are intrinsic and all relations external, for the dialectician everything is connected and interacting. As such, no property can be understood by abstracting the object from its context, and all relations are internal and not accidental. This picture of the world is dynamic, such that states of equilibrium are not the norm, but the exception. Change is ubiquitous, and the difference between constants and variables is only contextual, due to the different scales we employ. In fact, the whole reality can be seen as a complex of processes, with no ultimate bottom line of analysis, no fundamental level, no atoms whose ultimate properties reverberate bottom up. For the dialectician there is no such a thing as a thing. Engels states that during the 18th century the metaphysical 2 view of nature began to be challenged by more dialectically inclined theories. The first of these was Kant's nebula hypothesis, followed by Lyell's geology, and Dalton's and Lavoisier's chemistry. The latest was Charles Darwin's theory of the evolution of living beings. The view of the world shared by Kant, Lyell, Dalton, Lavoisier, and Darwin differed from the one given by Metaphysics 2 by taking change and relations seriously. However, all these scientists did not formulate and employ DT consciously, they stumbled upon it. Like Molière's bourgeois gentilhomme, who spoke in prose without knowing it, they embraced dialectics without formulating its principles or even being aware of them. This, according to Engels, explained the scientific mess of his times. The great basic thought that the world is not to be comprehended as a complex of ready-made things, but as a complex of processes, in which the apparently stable things, no less than their mental images in our heads, the concepts, go through uninterrupted change of coming into being and passing away, in which, for all apparent accidentality and despite all temporary retrogression, a progressive development asserts itself in the end. This great fundamental thought has, especially since the time of Hegel, so thoroughly permeated ordinary consciousness that in this generality it is now scarcely ever contradicted. See the introduction to the Dialectics of Nature, Marx and Engels, 323-7. In Ludwig Feuerbach and the End of Classical German Philosophy, Engels names 3 discoveries that made Metaphysics 2 obsolete: the cell, transformation of energy, and Darwin's theory of evolution. Dialectical Thinking and Science 267. Naturalists who have learned to think dialectically are few and far between, and this conflict of the results of discovery with preconceived modes of thinking explains the endless confusion now reigning in theoretical natural science. Engels' aim, in his Dialectics of Nature, was to clear this confusion, by giving DT a coherent frame and a materialist backbone, in order to make it useful for scientists, and urge them to abandon all residue of metaphysics too and theology that still polluted their work. As is well known, he never completed this work. But his project highlights the essential connection made in DT between methodology and metaphysics. 1. Given the fundamental assumption of an isomorphism between reality and the way we apprehend it. DT advances not only a metaphysical one claim, that nature has a dialectic structure, but also an epistemological claim, that scientists need to adopt a dialectic methodology in order to comprehend nature better. Moreover, besides these two, it also advances a sociological claim. To the dialectician, reality is a process, and DT itself is also the result of a progressive enterprise during which different strategies of apprehension are attempted and then discarded. Science is not a neutral, detached enterprise, governed by its own rules and tribunals. In fact, scientists tend to transpose values, prejudices, and thinking structures from their social context into their work. A classic example of this analysis is Marx and Engels' claim that the concept of struggle for life was a transposition into nature of Hobbes' bellum omnium contra omnes, capitalism as regime of competition, and Malthus' theory of population. In this way, Marx and Engels 1987a, 24. See also 486. See, for instance, Marx and Engels 1987a, 583. Engels' and Marx's attitudes towards Darwin differ. Engels was one of the few hundred persons to obtain a copy of the first edition of The Origin. He read it almost immediately, and gave to Marx an enthusiastic review. Marx replied on the subject only 1 year later, acknowledging the importance of Darwin's work, and how it provided, in the field of natural history, the basis for their views. However, he soon grew less enthusiastic of Darwinism, believing he had found a better alternative in French ethnologist and archaeologist Pierre Trémoz, who contested the concept of struggle for life, and thought that environmental causes were a better source of explanation for evolution than natural selection. Marx recommended Trémoz's work to Engels, who, in turn, was not lured by the Lamarckian arguments of the Frenchman, and denounced him as a charlatan. However, as further exchanges show, Marx persisted in his opinion. That he wanted to dedicate Das Kapital to Darwin is a story that has been proven a fake, and Darwin's name recurs in Marx's masterpiece only a few times, without any particular enthusiasm. Marx's Lamarckian leanings and disaffection with Darwin had probably political roots, as it is evident in an 1862 letter to Engels, where he judged the core arguments of The Origin as a projection of Malthus, Hobbes, and English society into nature. As several quotations. 268 Pier Francesco Biasetti. The scientific image of the world tends to progress not only thanks to new and more detailed observation, but also due to societal transformation. 1.2 Specifying the metaphysical one claim. The metaphysical one claim advanced by DT is compatible with various forms of process metaphysics 1. However, it assumes specific and unique traits when placed within the frame of DT. On the one hand, the metaphysical one, epistemological and sociological claims form an interdependent structure, and cannot be isolated one from each other except in abstraction. On the other hand, a further set of assumption of DT specifies the kind of processes that compose reality, describes the modes of transformation, and defines the nature of relations subsisting within the whole, specifying the why and how of the metaphysical one claim. With regard to this, Engels famously gave 3 laws of dialectics: a. Conversion of quantitative changes into qualitative changes, b. Interpenetration of opposites, c. Negation of negation. These laws, in turn, presuppose a longer series of assumptions: the ontological reality of contradiction, that is, that contradiction is a real feature of the world, and not something exclusively made up by minds, that reality is not ruled by harmony, but by conflict, as contradiction gives rise to opposition which, in turn, gives rise to change, that the result of this change is further negated by a successive opposition, that the result of this double process produces a stage similar but somehow superior to its starting point, that there is no bottom nor uppermost level in this progression, that processes are both continuous and made of discrete leaps. All these assumptions were developed by Hegel, as mere laws of thought superscript 1, while Engels' point was to show that they could be extrapolated from both nature and history. They form the crucial core of DT, and perhaps, in their application to nature, its show. Engels in the end accepted this reading. However, he also tried to reconcile it with his admiration for Darwin's work. He did so by separating humankind from natural history, and crafting the myth of Darwin and Marx as complementary thinkers, the first being the discoverer of the law of development or organic nature, the second the discoverer of the law of development of human history. See Marx and Engels, 356. In the outline of the general plan for the work, Engels cites what is possibly a fourth law, or, more probably, a general consequence of all three, spiral form of development. Marx and Engels, 356. Dialectical Thinking and Science 269. Most controversial part, even among Marxists superscript 1. I will say something more on this subject in the last part of the paper. Let us now depart from Engels and the general analysis of dialectics of nature, and start reviewing how DT is applied in Lewontin's case. 2. Dialectic vs. Undialectic approaches to biology. Virtually the entire body of modern science, Lewontin writes, is an attempt to explain phenomena that cannot be experienced directly by human beings superscript 1 superscript 2. In order to build such explanations, we must refer to other phenomena that we may not perceive directly, because they are too small, too big, totally defy our senses, or are born from too complex interactions. In this way, scientific explanations, when not expressed in an invented technical language, must resort to metaphors to be comprehensible. It is the need for metaphors that makes science vulnerable, for three reasons. A. The choice of a particular metaphor is not neutral. Our image of nature is modeled on the society we live in, and the metaphors we use are inspired by societal structure and values. B. Metaphors quickly exceed their explanatory role, and become models for research programs. C. In the end, metaphors cease to be considered just metaphors, and become a commitment to how things are. 2.1 The machine metaphor. According to Lewontin, the chief metaphor of pre-modern science was the body, the indissoluble whole that, paraphrasing Pope, we murder in the moment we dissect. Modern science replaced it with new metaphor, the machine superscript 1 superscript 3. Starting from Lukács, many Marxists believed that Marxism, as a philosophy of praxis, and its dialectical analysis could not be applied outside the social and historical dimensions. From different perspectives, the belief was also shared by Gramsci and Sartre. Moreover, after Stalin's vulgarization, Engels' dialectic of nature has been traditionally seen as crude and deterministic. Lewontin, 3. The turning point was Descartes' discours de la méthode, where the metaphor was applied to every physical thing in the universe. Both inorganic and organic are made of autonomous and pre-existing pieces, from which they derive their properties and functions. In this sense, the machine metaphor reflects the way into which capitalist society is organized. Once formulated, the machine metaphor ceased almost immediately to be seen just as a metaphor, and acquired a distinct epistemic value, becoming a model for research. Nowadays no one believes that organisms literally resemble clocks or Jacques de Vaucanson's Canard de Gérateur, yet, the machine model, in refined forms, is still present in analogies between brains and computers, in adaptationist claims concerning optimization, and in characterization of biology as a peculiar branch of engineering superscript 1. In the end, the machine metaphor became the standard metaphysics 1 view. In fact, while Descartes formulated it in what he conceived as a discours de la méthode, the metaphor was taken progressively as depicting things as they are. Cartesian reduction as a method has had an enormous success in physics, in chemistry, and in biology, especially molecular biology, and this has been taken to mean that the world is like the method superscript 1. However, the machine metaphor, given its epistemic and metaphysical one interpretations, introduced a series of arbitrary, and wrong, assumptions in the scientific enterprise. The first of these is alienation. Mechanistic science is based on a never-ending series of arbitrary separations. Things are believed to be separable into discrete, unrelated, and interchangeable pieces, and, as such, their properties are studied independent from the whole of which they are part. In biology, alienation affects the organism, which is separated, on the one hand, from its development, and, on the other hand, from its environment. This originates several Part B. Leibniz's judgment on Descartes is an interesting point of departure from Engels, who saw the French philosopher as one of the few dialectical thinkers in an era of undialectical philosophers and scientists. However, Engels' opinion was not born from Descartes' biology, but from his formulation of conservation of momentum, interpreted as the original expression of the law of conservation, a dialectical law that presupposes transformation of energy. Leibniz and Leibniz, 270. See, for instance, Dennett. For a critical survey on the use of engineering metaphors in contemporary biology, see Baudry and Pigliucci. Leibniz and Leibniz, 2. Dialectical Thinking and Science 271. Metaphors, the blueprint submetaphor concerning genes, the program submetaphor concerning development, and the optimization and adaptation submetaphors concerning evolution. The second assumption is reductionism. Reductionism can be defined as the attempt to explain the properties of complex wholes, molecules, say, or societies, in terms of the units of which those molecules or societies are composed superscript 1. According to the machine metaphor, the whole and its properties are caused by the pieces. These, then, are the only things we need to study in order to build an explanation. A reductionist, in this sense, is committed to an ontological hierarchy which, in turn, is reflected in an epistemological hierarchy of different sciences ranked according to their level of explanation, each one more or less fundamental than the other. This ontological and epistemological hierarchy is clearly reflected in biology, whereas molecular biology has obtained a position of hegemony superscript 1. Yet, this hegemony is grounded, in Leibniz's view, in faith, as it merely derives from the peculiar kind of reductionism ingrained in the machine metaphor. The third assumption is determinism. This is the idea that the behavior of every complex whole can be inferred and foretold by collecting enough information on its basic components. This is, on the one hand, a consequence of reductionism, as it presupposes that the causal vector goes straightforwardly from pieces to wholes, and, on the other hand, a consequence of alienation, as it a priori rules out any intervention of chance or of other external condition. According to Leibniz, in biology determinism shapes mainstream views on development, restricting the domain of causal factors to the genes. The machine metaphor does not only slow down possible progress in science due to the dogmatic commitment to rigid and, in the end, false assumptions superscript 1. It also produces negative societal effects. The alienated view of organisms and environments, for instance, is the cause for the unrealistic tasks assigned to conservation biology superscript 2. Reductionism produces false expectations on much publicized research programs, like the Genome Project superscript 2 superscript 1. Determinism, under the guise of biological determinism, reinforces the prejudices ingrained in society, and become a justification for past and present injustices superscript 2 superscript 2. For all these reasons, the role of dialectic in science should be twofold. On the one hand, by replacing the machine metaphor, it should be able to foster a better scientific view of the natural world. And, as better science replaces the old, alienating one, it should help the formulation of better social policies. 2.2 Dialectic of Biology. Returning to the holistic mysticism of the body metaphor would be an impossible journey back to the pre-scientific world. Hence, In order to overcome the failings of mechanistic biology, the solution is a sublation surpassing both views while recovering the partial truths they contain. Lewontin, alongside Levins, individuates 4 principles of DT applied on biology. The first is that a whole is a relation of heterogeneous parts that have no prior independent existence as parts superscript 2 superscript 3. This is a clear rejection of the fundamental idea at the core of the machine metaphor, and has the important function of undermining reductionism, as it establishes that there is no absolute correct way to divide a whole. Division into pieces depends every time on the particular level of explanation we are pursuing. The second is that in general, the properties of parts have no prior alienated existence but are acquired by being parts of a particular whole superscript 2. In other words, parts have properties that exist only insofar we consider the whole as their cause. Defining a gene X, for instance, as the cause of a phenotypic trait Y, is wrong, because the gene per se has no power of producing trait Y outside the whole developmental system of which it is part. The property of gene X to provide for the trait Y is not an intrinsic property of gene X. The third is that the interpenetration of parts and wholes is a consequence of the interchangeability of subject and object, of cause and effect superscript 2. This principle follows from the previous two, as there is no fundamental level to look for, and, as causal explanations are born from the interaction of whole and parts, then both poles of a relation, depending on the circumstances, can be seen as subject and object, cause and effect. This principle grounds Lewontin's thesis that organisms are both the subjects and the objects of the evolutionary process, while the adaptationist paradigm tends to see them as passive objects. These 3 principles are meant to refine Engel's law of the compenetration of the opposites. A 4th principle sums up instead Engel's first and third laws. This principle states simply that change is a characteristic of all systems and all aspects of all systems superscript 2. This kind of change is different from the one theorized by mechanistic science. The latter is a kind of change without real change, it is an unfolding of something already there. According to the gene SI point of view on evolution, for instance, development is simply an implementation of a program already contained in the genes. This happens, again, because mechanistic explanations sever the interpenetration of things, and lose in this way the dynamic aspect, reconstructing it as a one-way causal vector. On the contrary, what characterizes the dialectical world, in all its aspects, is that it is constantly in motion. Constants become variable, causes become effects, and systems develop, destroying the conditions that gave rise to them. Even elements that appear to be stable are at a dynamic equilibrium of forces that can suddenly become unbalanced. Yet the motion is not unconstrained and uniform. Organisms develop and differentiate, then die and disintegrate. Species arise but inevitably become extinct. The development of systems through time, then, seems to be the consequence of opposing force and opposing motion superscript 2. Equilibrium is not the norm, self-negation is the norm, and this leads to a discontinuous process of change, the ultimate image of nature from the standpoint of dialectical biology. 3. Development, evolution, and adaptation. In the alienated world painted by the machine metaphor, the organism is separated from its developmental process, its historical evolution, and even from its concrete existence as a whole. The organism is seen as just a more or less complex collection of particular functional traits, entirely shaped by internal and external causal forces and, as such, without any relevant ontological and explanatory value. Against this picture, Lewontin stresses the role of the organism both as the object and as the subject of biological processes like development and evolution. 3.1 Development. According to Lewontin, standard development theories are modeled upon the concept of unfolding. Historical changes in an individual organism are seen as products of internal forces in charge of the process. This view can be called internalism superscript 2, as organisms are passively modeled in the course of their life by self-sufficient inner programs. In the standard versions of internalism, the information necessary to implement the programs is carried out by the genotype. In its more sophisticated versions, the model incorporates environmental interactions triggering or affecting the advancement of certain parts of the program. Internalism is defined by Lewontin as a kind of transformational theory of change superscript 2. Transformational theories describe changes occurring to members of a set dominated by the same historical laws. These laws describe an ideal vector of progressive stages that the members of the set normally traverse during their history. Change is then the passage from a stage to another, according to a fixed model that describe the ideal, Platonic trajectory of development. In this sense, this trajectory is normative, and protracted stop or regression are considered anomalies. From the standpoint of DT, internalism is a peculiar form of change without change, because everything that is expressed in the final stage is already contained in the beginning of the process, and real change, individual differences, are explained as anomalies caused by external factors. Moreover, a transformational view of development is reductionist, since it reduces causal factors to a single set of simple, atomic, and self-sufficient entities, genes. Put in another way, there is an implicit preformationist assumption in these models of development. It is usually said that the epigenetic view decisively defeated preformationism. Yet it is really preformationism that has triumphed, for there is no essential difference, but only one. Of mechanical details, between the view that the organism is already formed in the fertilized egg and the view that the complete blueprint of the organism and all the information necessary to specify it is contained there superscript 3. The result is that organisms are alienated, and as such, irrelevant. The view of development that sees genes as determinative, or even a view that admits interaction between gene and environment as determining the organism, places the organism as the endpoint, the object, of forces. The arrow of causation point from gene and environment to organism point superscript 3 superscript 1. The problem with this transformational view of development is that there is no way to know how an organism will come to be just by collecting all information available on its program or blueprint. The reason cannot be imputed to the impossibility of predicting environmental factors capable of altering the movement of the organism along the progression of stages, as there is no real progression of stages. What we have is instead a ramified pathway along which environment and developmental noise, random events happening at molecular or cellular level, play a role alongside genetic causes in forming the unique trajectory pursued by the organism. Genetic causes are very important when it comes to examining the difference between organisms of different species, why humans, for instance, can talk, while sheep cannot, or, on the other hand, why sheep have a woolly fur, while humans don't, but when we come to explain why two members of the same species, or even two sides of a same organism, differ, environmental and causal factors become crucial. It could be argued that even in this view the organism remains, in the end, a mere product of the various elements constituting the process, and as such, alienated. However, Lewontin contrasts this argument with two objections. The first is that at any specific time of the developmental process, change depends upon the present status of the organism and not on how it came to be how it currently is. Small seeds give rise, in general, to small seedlings, which grow slowly because they are shaded by competitors. It does not matter whether the seed was small because of the maternal plant's genotype or because it set seed in an unfavorable habitat. Superscript 3 superscript 2. In this example it is size superscript 3 that determines possible slowing down in growth, and it does not matter if this characteristic derives from the genotype or from environmental factors. In this sense, the organism, irrespective of the internal and external forces that influenced it, enters directly in the determination of its own future. Superscript 3. The second argument is that organisms build their environment, and, as such, they influence the environmental conditions that may affect their development, a view that we will now explore with more details. 3.2 Evolution. Darwinian and neo-Darwinian theories of evolution are modeled upon the concept of adaptation. Historical changes in species are seen as products of external forces that control the process. This view of evolution, externalism, predicts that organisms are passively modeled through generations by external conditions, that is, by the environment. In the most extreme versions of externalism superscript 3, adaptation is considered both as the unique force at work in shaping organisms, and as an all-powerful mechanism superscript 3. More moderate views take a pluralistic stance concerning the forces leading to evolution, and concede that optimization is only a working hypothesis for explaining the origin of particular traits. However, they still rely on the idea that populations are mainly shaped by the necessity to adapt to the external environment. The kind of change implied by adaptation is variational, not transformative superscript 3. Variational change happens when the composition of a group of similar individuals varies through time as some properties shared by some members of the group vary in frequency. Concerning organisms, this happens every time a group satisfies three conditions superscript 3, a. Variation in morphological, physiological, and behavioral traits among individuals, b. Heredity, variation is in part heritable, so that offspring resemble more their parents than other unrelated individuals, c. Differential fitness, different variant of individuals leave different numbers of offspring. These conditions do not necessarily imply adaptation. In fact, adaptation is introduced as a possible way to explain differential fitness, and, as a sub-metaphor of the machine metaphor, it relies on several assumptions of mechanistic biology. The first assumption is the divisibility of the organism into discrete traits, morphological parts, physiological systems, behavioral outputs. The second assumption is that traits absolve one or several functions. The third assumption is that adaptation is an optimization process, or, in other words, that natural selection works as an optimizing agent. The fourth assumption is that explanation of adaptations can be achieved by reverse engineering traits superscript 3. However, in order to be fully defended, adaptation also needs a fifth assumption, from a paradigm predating modern science, natural theology. Machines are man-made artifacts that serve a purpose, they solve problems. When organisms are interpreted in analogy with machines, they too are seen as artifacts to solve problems. However, from a logical and temporal standpoint, problems must precede solutions. As adaptation is a process, it cannot happen without the ideal model according to which the adaptation is taking place. In a pre-Darwinian world, this did not constitute a problem. Organisms were God-made, and they were equipped with functional features capable of solving problems posed by the equally God-made environment. The divine artificer created both the physical world and the organisms that populated it, so the problems to be solved and the solutions were products of the same schema. God posed the problems and gave the answers superscript 1. That had already been claimed, but to have understood that changes in the occurrence of traits in a population are variational and not transformative. See Levins and Lewontin, 31. The post-Darwinian world dispensed with God as an explanatory cause, but left intact the assumption that the environment is a landscape of problems to which organisms must fit in order to survive and reproduce. This gave rise to the concept of ecological niches, the idea of the environment as a collection of pre-existing holes that species try to fill by becoming more adapted, via natural selection, to the hole's shape superscript 2. As development understood as mere unfolding is a process that determines the organism from within, adaptation determines the organism from the outside. The environment poses problems, natural selection picks the variations best suited to solve them. Again, the organism is a mere byproduct of forces outside its reach, it is a passive object of biological process. Again, Lewontin's response is to show that organism and environment form a dialectic unity in which every pole is at the same time object and subject, cause and effect superscript 3. His basic idea is that adaptation has to be substituted with the metaphor of construction. The environment is not a structure imposed on living beings from the outside, but is in fact a creation of those beings. the environment is not an autonomous process but a reflection of the biology of the species. Just as there is no organism without an environment, so there is no environment without an organism. The construction of environments by species has a number of well-known aspects that need to be incorporated into evolutionary theory. Organisms employ different strategies in constructing their environment. They choose what is relevant among the different things and properties of the environments they encounter. They alter the composition and the structure of their surroundings. They determine via their biology the actual physical nature of signals from the outside. They transform and modulate the statistical pattern of environmental variation in the external world. For all these reasons, organisms cannot be reduced to mere chunks of clay shaped by the environment. They are just as much determined by natural selection as they are capable of imposing their own conditions to the selection process. 3.3 Parts and whole. In the alienated world of mechanistic biology, the organism is an epiphenomenon. Genes and the environment are the only true constitutive elements. Environment talks, genes provide, all under the inflexible gaze of natural selection. By again establishing the organism as an irreducible causal factor, constructionism operates a delicate synthesis between different elements. Development is no longer a matter of genes' expression mediated by the environment. And, at the same time, evolution is no longer a matter of environmental shaping of the gene pool. Both processes instead see the organism as the acted and the actor. However, it remains a last issue to be addressed. According to mechanistic biology, the organism can be divided in autonomous and discrete parts, each possessing particular properties capable of solving specific problems. That is, organisms can be divided in functional traits, just like a clock can be disassembled into gear wheels, springs, and levers. However, there is no simple way to partition an organism. In what natural sense is a fin, leg, or wing an individual trait whose evolution can be understood in terms of the particular problem it solves? If the leg is a trait, is each part of the leg also a trait? At what level of subdivision do the boundaries no longer correspond to natural division? Adaptationists reply by claiming that traits can be defined in terms of the cluster of genes expressing them. These latter are, after all, definite and discrete entities. From a dialectical perspective, this is untenable, as genes are only one factor contributing to development. Moreover, traits cannot be really autonomous, as their functional properties usually depend on interaction with other parts. Accepting this latter fact does not necessarily involve a retreat to the body metaphor and a negation of evolution. Organisms, while they cannot be understood as mere sums of discrete traits, have the capability of changing small features of their phenotype without destabilizing their general structure. According to Lewontin, the whole/parts dialectics of organism has to be understood through two features. The first is continuity. Very small changes in morphology, physiology, and behavior usually have only a small effect on the ecological relations of the organism. The second is quasi-independence of characters. There must exist a large number of possible phenotypic correlations between a given character change and other aspects of the phenotype, otherwise, no particular feature of an organism could develop without altering the rest in a non-adaptive way. It is not even clear why we should accept the idea that every trait absolves one or more functions, that is, that all traits of an organism are adaptive, or that adaptation always strives for optimality. These are disproved assumptions originating from natural theology, and are dangerous even as working hypotheses, because they can lead to the postulation of ad hoc hypotheses, the so-called just-so stories, just in order to fulfill their requirements. For assessing DT, the case of Lewontin's dialectical biology. As we have seen, DT is a complex cluster of interrelated claims providing, at the same time, a description of nature's fundamental characteristics, a frame for scientific research, and an explanation of the development of our understanding of the natural world. However, while its advocates claim that DT is explanatorily decisive in so many ways, it has been always hard to explicate, at least in a clear and simple way. its specific contribution to the scientific enterprise, its epistemic value. Even Engels, for instance, admitted that many important scientific contributions were made by scientists who did not operate within an explicit dialectical frame of thinking. Is DT then useful for science, or do its pretensions need to be scaled down, or worse, abandoned? 4.1 Some standard arguments against DT. Attempts to apply DT in biology and other natural sciences have often been criticized on several grounds. One has been, for instance, obscurity. On many occasions, DT has been labeled as mumbo-jumbo, a complicated cant used to dignify emptiness of content with lavish words. The commonest target of this accusation has been the principle of negation of the negation, which relies on Hegel's notion of contradiction, so very different from its meanings in ordinary discourse and standard logic. A discussion on this technical point will lead us far astray, but two observations can be made. Scrupulous faith in this principle has led many, starting from Engels, to overuse its superscript 1. Moreover, its applications in biology have produced rather naive and pointless results, from Engels' barley seed negating itself into the plant and then in new seed superscript 2, to Haldane's mutation that negates heredity and it is negated, in turn, by natural selection superscript 3. In fact, DT has often been accused of being just a rigid scheme superimposed on facts, one that does not add nothing to standard scientific explanations, and would amount to nothing more than a pigeonhole into which to push, in a more or less arbitrary fashion, scientific discoveries made independent from any dialectical considerations. Behind this and the previous criticism lays the idea that DT is, in the end, useless. On the one hand, it cannot predict or demonstrate its main claims, all it can do is to connect a posteriori different elements through a sloppy and obscure concept of contradiction. Clearly, this is not a fruitful framework for scientific research, it is, instead, a parasitic enterprise, a particularly Byzantine way of organizing and describing scientific production. Moreover, while dialecticians accuse mechanistic scientists of being narrowed down in their work by a priori assumptions, the accusation can also be reversed. Engels, for instance, had a tendency to refuse or to consider problematic those scientific results that clashed with his ideas. And some historical examples of dialectical science have been terrible, Maturinism being the extreme case. Related to this latter point, DT can be accused of arbitrarily separating humankind from nature. Engels explicitly stated that dialectics knows no hard and fast lines, as proved for instance by Darwinism. However, this was not taken to mean that there were no lines at all. Engels, for instance, thought that scientific laws and concepts were not easily transferable from the natural world to human societies. The most that the animal can achieve is to collect, man produces, he prepares the means of subsistence, in the widest sense of the words, which without him nature would not have produced. This makes impossible any unqualified transference of the laws of life in animal societies to human society. Engels' dialectic of nature has often been accused by Western Marxists of being reductionist and scientistic. However, the opposite charge can be raised, that DT serves the purpose of arbitrarily negating the possibility of advancing claims, from the perspective of natural science, on human nature. 4.2 The case of Lewontin's dialectical biology. There is no doubt that Lewontin cannot be accused of obscurity and triviality, as he is a serious scientist and usually a clear writer, with no trace, in his scientific works, both of the sort of hocus-pocus and of the a posteriori exercises of pigeonholing sometimes attributed to dialectical thinkers. Moreover, he cannot be accused of dogmatism, nor of having promoted bad science or even quackery, and, while he is certainly no friend of the idea of a human nature, he has repeatedly shown his willingness to defend this position on the scientific ground, without retreating to dogmatic trenches. Overall, his dialectical biology can then be seen as a particular promising test case to assess the epistemic value of DT. As seen before, Lewontin's approach reformulates the general principles of DT, on the one hand adjusting them to the specific of biological discourse, on the other hand by focusing on the dialectics of wholes and levels. Moreover, it claims that these principles do not uphold law status, instead, they supply us with the correct epistemological and ontological frame for understanding the world. Is this last point true? More specifically, could it be possible to criticize the mechanistic edge of modern synthesis biology, in order to embrace a new, more system-centered, understanding of development and evolution, without resorting to the full arsenal of DT? Could we obtain similar, or even better, results in this way? Or is DT the best approach? The concept of construction, as opposed to adaptation is, probably, Lewontin's major contribution outside genetics, his main field of research, and a very fertile one. We find it, for instance, at one of the roots of eco-evo feedback theory superscript 1. Similarly, it has sparked the whole new field of research of niche construction theory superscript 2. This, in turn, is part and parcel of the extended evolutionary synthesis superscript 3, an approach to biology born from a dissatisfaction with externalism, gene-centrism, blueprint metaphors, and similar concepts of mechanistic biology. In fact, many features of EES are compatible with Lewontin's views. However, all the main proponents of NCT and EES, while they have some objectives and insights in common with Lewontin, do not share his commitment to DT. For some of them, this may be for strategic reasons, that is, in order to avoid accusations of mixing political concepts into evolutionary theory. Nevertheless, this explanation cannot be generalized. Is it possible then to be anti-reductionist without being dialectic? In Engels, but also in Lewontin, metaphysics too and dialectics are contradictory positions, only one of them is true, but also one of them has to be true. For this reason, Engels thought that successful, non-metaphysical two scientists unconsciously adopted DT, tertium non dater. The same explanation could be given for contemporary theories that supply an alternative to standard evolutionary theory. They are dialectical, even if they do not explicitly adopt the dialectical frame. However, this explanation is problematic for two reasons. The first is that it does not take as a possibility that there could be a third way, a non-metaphysical too, yet non-dialectic approach. The second is that it indirectly questions the epistemic value of DT. What is the point in working a precise dialectical methodology, if scientists can arrive at the same results with or without it? A possible answer could be to circumscribe the epistemic role of DT to a cautionary principle. As Lewontin and Levins claim, dialectical materialism is not, and has never been, a programmatic method for solving particular physical problems. It has to be considered as a set of warnings that should alert us every time our theories turn towards metaphysics too. This would explain, on the one hand, why it is possible to do good science even ignoring DT, on the other, why we still need to reaffirm and clarify DT. To use an analogy, cautious drivers can do without speed limits, but these are still needed for all those who tend to be heavy on the gas. This is of course a major scaling down of DT. And, even in this way, the first objection remains unresolved. The issue could be settled only by showing that all real alternatives to reductionistic approaches are dialectics, albeit unconsciously, or that they are not really alternatives. In order to sort this out, it is necessary first to determine what could count as a true dialectic explanation, what is the original element of dialectic explanations apart from the particular vocabulary it implies. And this is not an easy task. One particular feature of DT, as it applies to organisms, seems to be its stress on integration. However, integration cannot be absolute, as for the holistic, and pre-scientific, paradigm of the body metaphor. Integration has instead to be a variable with a finite value determined by circumstances. And this is something easily accepted even by reductionists. In fact, the extreme position that gives zero value to integration is a straw man. This is demonstrated by the overlapping of metaphors happening sometimes between reductionists and dialecticians. For instance, in order to explain how wholes are composed of units whose properties may be described, but the interaction of these units in the construction of the wholes generates complexities that result in products qualitatively different from the component parts. Lewontin and his associates adopt in one case the analogy of baking a cake. All the ingredients and procedures are susceptible to being analyzed separately, but the final product is not analyzable by taking the elements separately. Richard Dawkins, to many the prototype of the arch-reductionist, noted how he had used the same analogy a few years before, and sarcastically asked if he too maybe was to count as a dialectical biologist. This could mean that the difference between what we have labeled as a dialectical and a metaphysical approach is more a matter of grade than of substance. After all, Lewontin's introduction of concepts like continuity and quasi-independence in order to explain otherwise inexplicable phenomena like evolutionary convergence is a major concession to reductionism, even if it excludes the possibility that every kind of restructuring of organisms is possible. In fact, it means that we can take a standard adaptationist program as a good approximation of what is going on, in many cases, probably, even a sufficient approximation from an operative standpoint. In order to avoid such reduction of DT into a particular tone of a palette that also contains reductionist approaches at its extreme, Lewontin painstakingly tries to differentiate dialectics from interactionism, the idea that complex phenomena are the resultant of interactions between simpler concepts, for instance, human psychology as a resultant of interaction between nature and nurture, or development as a resultant of interaction between genes and environment. In his views, dialectical explanations are distinguished from interactionist explanations because in these latter the causal pathway proceeds straightforwardly in one direction. For instance, an interactionist explanation of development would see the organism as the passive effect of the interaction of outer and inner forces, while a dialectic explanation would also take in account the organism as a cause of this interaction, as organisms intervene in their own development, by constructing and selecting their environment. But is this really a decisive difference? Could this kind of explanation be brought back to the general schema of interactionism by taking it as a peculiarly complex form of interaction? Suppose that, during its development, at time t1 an organism O1 showing a certain phenotype P1, given the adverse environmental conditions E1, is capable of changing these latter into the favorable conditions E2, which, in turn, redirect, together with chance and other external factors, the developmental process into producing the phenotype P2. At time T2, that is, after O1 has remodeled its environment, the organism can be said to stand as both the subject and the object of its development. However, the whole process can be easily rephrased in an interactionist discourse just by resorting to the vocabulary of feedback. For the first interaction, triggers both the RET action on the environment, and the subsequent second interaction that produces the state of affairs at T2. Put in other words, the constructive relationship between the organism and its environment, their co-development, can be seen as an effect of the original interaction between the inner and the outer forces at play at time T1. And while the whole process is more complicated than this original interaction, it may nevertheless be analyzed in terms of a chain of multiple separate interactions. In real cases, this analysis may be hard to bring forward due to various epistemic limits. Interaction can be a mess. Yet, this does not mean that we should consider the whole process as on principle intractable from the standpoint of causality. On any other interpretation, the concept of construction risks being obscure, if not mystical. In fact, the whole dialectical vocabulary is not employed by proponents of NCT, who prefer to speak of reciprocal causation or of cyclical causation superscript 1. They are basically the same concept, and, as it has been noted superscript 2, they have been part of evolutionary theory long before their explicit formulations in EES and NCT. It may even be that they are the principal models of causation at work in many fields investigated by biology, more than standard linear models of causation, and that the main ground of distinction between reductionist and non-reductionist is, in fact, the correct distribution of reciprocal/cyclical and linear phenomena of causation in evolutionary theory superscript 3. More importantly, reciprocal/cyclical causation can be understood without any reference to any of the assumptions of DT. The only conceptual piece that is needed is that of feedback. However, Lewontin and Levins clearly state that the dialectical conception of cause/effect cannot be conflated with feedback circuits, as in these latter there is no ambiguity about which is causing subject and which is cause object. The main issue here seems to be that feedback still maintains a discrete analysis of cause and effect. While the action may be reciprocal, it can still be separately analyzable in principle. According to DT, instead, there is an element of ambiguity in reciprocal causality. And this ambiguity seems to be both inescapable and unintelligible, as Lewontin tries nowhere to clarify it. On the one hand, it is the only ingredient that avoids any reduction of its dialectical view of causation to some form of feedback theory. On the other hand, it is clearly a magical ingredient, because no one knows what it is and how it works. And worse, it is also a useless ingredient, since from an operative standpoint it does not produce a superior explanatory situation to reciprocal/cyclical causation. In fact, the situation produced is probably explanatory inferior. According to an example provided by Lewontin, construction happens when an organism changes some of its features in order to cope with the environment, filtering away some of its elements and making others relevant, or when an organism changes a feature of the environment. As Godfrey Smith has noted, only the second case can account for niche construction. This happens because the first case entails a change in some relational property, but only the second involves a real change of intrinsic properties of the environment. And if we allow for every change in relational properties to count as niche construction, then the concept becomes trivial, as nearly every activity of an organism, from its metabolism to locomotion, causes a change in the relational properties between it and the environment. However, this latter distinction between relational and intrinsic properties is something negated by DT. According to DT, all properties are in the end relational, as nothing stands isolated from the overall network of processes. These views on properties and causation are both essential elements of DT. They are part of the set of assumptions that specify its metaphysical one claim, and permit us to characterize the dialectical approach in a distinctive way. However, they also seem to provide DT with a weak spot. On the one hand, it is not necessary to assume them in order to criticize mechanistic biology and build a more system-centered theory. On the other hand, they provide us with a weaker understanding of the complex interactions between organisms and environments. DT then, at least in the case we have examined, stands as a sharp and fertile approach, yet probably not as the best approach. Lenny Moss. Can normativity be the force of nature that solves the problem of parties extra parties? Episode 4, A New Hope, Natural Detachment and the Case of the Hybrid Hominin. Abstract. From a subjective point of view, we take the existence of integrated entities, i.e., ourselves, as the most unproblematic given, and blithely project such integrity onto untold many entities far and wide. However, from a naturalistic perspective, accounting for anything more integral than the attachments and attractions that are explicable in terms of the four fundamental forces of physics has been anything but straightforward. If we take it that the universe begins as an integral unity and explodes into progressive stages of internal detachment, then we can also fathom the idea that eddies of relative detachment becoming increasingly integral. Helmuth Plessner made a powerful case for the onset of positionality constituting one of the major transitions in nature. Surely, the emergence of entities that position themselves in relation to their surround marks a decisive transition in relative levels of detachment, and some would say autonomy. It would follow, with no less force, that where and when entities can be seen to be normatively integrated, and indeed to be the agents of their own normativity, that another threshold of detachment has been crossed. The paper introduces and explores the idea that normativity, embedded in a wide-ranging theory of natural detachment, can be considered an emergent force of nature that is requisite to accounting for levels of integration beyond that which is explicable in terms of the four fundamental forces of physics. Following this line of inquiry, we argue that the first expression of a fully, normatively integrated life form is neither a spoken language user nor for that matter an individual but rather the Neoteny-based, Homo erectus group. In so doing we claim to have made an inroad into embedding the force of normativity into a wide-ranging naturalist framework, to have provided philosophical anthropology with a new point of departure, and at least playfully, to have given some naturalistic grist to Hegel's proclamation that spirit is the truth of nature. Natural integration and natural normativity. The problem of natural integration, or perhaps unification, the constitution of a unity, is a truly hard problem that has seldom if ever been addressed as such. Indeed, it is perhaps the hard problem of the philosophy of life and mind. Granted, how a natural entity can have interiority, i.e., subjectivity, is a hard problem, but if the question of integration and unification is not identical to the hard problem of consciousness, it is also inseparable from it and surely a presupposition of the very possibility of interiority. Nor would even an understanding of how subjectivity could be resident to a single cell tell us how consciousness could become an integrated unity across many cells. If we assume consciousness is a physically based phenomenon, and that it draws upon the activity of various parts of the brain, let alone constituent cells, then we must face our deficits in understanding how the experience of a unified consciousness is realized at the level of an integration of some cells but not others, albeit in the absence of evident, non-arbitrary, physical boundaries. Both more fundamental than the hard problem of consciousness, and more expansive in scope, the problem of integration/unification is also central to the problem of the origin of life. If merely conventionally mechanistic associations of parts outside of part superscript 1 were sufficient for creating a living unit, it would have been achieved long since. The fact that a natural bacterial chromosome could be successfully replaced by an artifactual chromosome only further testifies to the irreducible importance of a naturally integrated unit, the bacterial cell, as the prior condition of possibility for any molecular configuration, natural or artificial, to be a chromosome. Superscript 2 perennial claims by biologists to have solved the problem of the origins of life have either been projections based upon the largely uncritical metaphysics of informational idealism, or based on the largesse of liberal promissory notes fueled by commercial marketing interests. Lest there be any doubt, I do not aspire to overcome the problem of integration tout court in this paper. Beyond thematizing it as a problem, I will want to explore the role of normativity in hominin/human integration and toy with the idea of normativity being a force of nature. Clearly doing so, if feasible at all, would require a radical expansion, along with a capacity for scaling, of our current concept of normativity. I hope to at least provide some adumbration of what that might look like. For Leibniz, Kant, and Hegel, normativity plays a central role in the understanding of life and mind, albeit in different ways. Hegel, for our present naturalistically oriented purposes, is of most interest because he comes the closest to offering an account of the transition between a pre-normative account of nature and a fully normative account of spirit. As Brandom tells us, how one understands the relation between these, both conceptually and historically, is evidently of the first importance in understanding what Hegel has to teach us about the normative realm he calls Geist. Superscript 3 Hegel, as most clearly and emphatically presented by Brandom, provides a fundamental account of how the very glue that enables the human realm of culture to exist, that integrates and unifies it, is the glue of normativity. Normativity on this level is about a force which constitutes and unifies human life, albeit not a force that can be reckoned in terms of the vocabulary of classical mechanics. Human life entails the existence of self-conscious subjects who are constitutively enmeshed in the force field of reciprocal accountabilities and entitlements. To be a self-conscious subject, is to have a self-identity, to be not just an entity in itself but an entity for itself. An entity for itself doesn't exist in a vacuum. To be an entity for itself is an ongoing social achievement dynamically realized within the normative fabric of human life. As George Herbert Mead argued, a self is a reflective objectification that we discover from a certain social vantage point. There is the self we are as son or daughter, as husband or wife, as father or mother, as teacher or carpenter, and so on. We are neither the passive residue of forces out of our control nor the sovereign dictators of the self we are active in taking stands in each social location about who we are, but our ability to find ourselves to be that self is mediated by the constructive recognition of others. All the possibilities of being a certain self are normatively defined. To be a being for itself is thus an ongoing accomplishment achieved necessarily within the fabric of social normative space. Within the fabric of normatively structured reciprocal accountabilities and entitlements we take a stand on whom we claim we are entitled to be recognized as. And we do so in the context of reciprocally recognizing those whose recognition we require. To speak of entitlements, obligations, and accountabilities is to speak of forces. Hegel famously refers to the I that is a we and the we that is an I. It can only be a we that enables me to be an I, and thus reciprocally a we can only be a we if it is situated by an I. The obligate relation of I and we describes a special kind of palpable integration and unity. Hegel has done original and foundational work with respect to characterizing the kind of normatively powered unity and integration that constitute the phenomenon of Geist. But that is not to say that Hegel offers a full-fledged, naturalistic answer to the problem of integration as we've defined it. For both Leibniz and Kant, normatively resonant entities must necessarily be presupposed and cannot be theoretically derived from prenormative precursors. As fundamental substance, Leibniz's monads are as basic as it gets and are always already normatively infused, fully integrated units. Only God could provide the recipe for how to make one. Likewise, the critical philosophy holds in principle that neither the origins of the ostensibly purposive functional and organizational unity of any living being, nor certainly that of the normativity of pure practical reason that infuses man's moral vocation, could ever be accounted for by theoretical means. Hegel, by contrast, appears to provide a developmental account in which animal desire becomes an entryway into Geist when desire becomes a desire for recognition. But even the assumption of animal desire is already assuming a unity of purpose that takes the fundaments of what I am calling the really hard problem as an assumed given. Hegel has at least offered the prototype of a dialectical account of movement from a lower to a higher level of unity. Inasmuch as Hegel is, as his famous title suggests, performing a phenomenology of mind, some manner of mindedness is always already assumed. Hegel is thus not accountable to the kind of really hard problem that a contemporary naturalism would pose, as it would not be immanent to his phenomenological standpoint. The absolute, and the concept, which are ontological primitives for Hegel, supersede the problem of integration and unification in advance, albeit by phenomenological fiat. Neither a phenomenological nor a transcendental philosophy alone can offer a fully naturalistic account of the basis of integration and unity, given the constitutively methodological assumptions and constraints of each approach. And this is no less the case for Heidegger's existential phenomenology that takes its point of departure from Dasein's practical involvement in her normatively integrated world. But nor is a reductive empiricism the answer to going beyond the limits of a party's extra party's vision of nature. Expressed in very simple terms, neither a science that limits itself entirely to a bottom-up approach, nor a science that limits itself to only a top-down approach, will be able to solve the problem of integration and unification at all levels of nature. What we require is an approach that can bring both of these together in some way. In recent work, Aaron Gare has made a compelling case for how this involves a renewed acceptance and embrace of speculative thinking. For physicist Lee Smolin and philosopher Roberto Mangabira Unger, whose collaborative work over 8 years has resulted in a fascinating book entitled The Singular Universe and the Reality of Time, bringing together the big picture of the universe as a whole with the micro-level advances of physics, entails no less than a return to the practice of natural philosophy proper. In referring to normativity as a force of nature, I have thus far only used as a teaser, or perhaps appetizer, the idea that normativity might be able to span the chasm between the bottom-up and the top-down, and thus serve as a conceptual linchpin of a renewed speculative natural philosophy. There will be more to come. But it should also be acknowledged that attempting to bring together a top-down with a bottom-up approach, even to also address questions of integration and unification, is not entirely new. Just shy of 100 years ago, Helmuth Plessner, who had trained in both biology and philosophy, put forward the theme of positionality as the key concept in an attempt to weave together empirical and phenomenological, bottom-up and top-down, big picture and micro-detail, perspectives into a coherent natural philosophy and philosophical anthropology. Plessner included fundaments about biological structure, organization, physiology, ecology, and ethology in his attempt at elaborating a non-dualist, and systematically coherent framework for all forms of life. Using positionality as a point of departure for elaborating a logic of life, including human life, is in fact tantamount to simultaneously treating the question of integration, or unification, as a point of departure. As Plessner makes clear, it is only with the living state that boundaries become something other than arbitrary and contingent. To the extent that life is defined by anything, it is defined by the dynamic enactment of a distinction between inner and outer, Plessner's so-called double aspectivity. Positionality then is the categorical universal and sine qua non of the living state, and conceptually defines the boundary between physical phenomena that, for all intents and purposes, are parties extra parties, from those for which some non-trivial level of system unity and integrity has been achieved. Plessner does not specifically take up the language of normativity, and yet one can find it to be implicit in his account. The realization of a life, even at the most rudimentary, let us say the simple, single-celled level, already entails a form of active mediation between reaching outward and enforcing a boundary, that suggests the regulatory enactment of an implicit norm. For Plessner, there is a logic of dialectical building of positional levels upon levels of reflection that culminate in the human level of eccentric positionality, whereby the shared perspective of the universal other is always reflexively embodied and reflectively available. Which is to say that Plessner has long since offered a body-mind neutral account in which human-level normativity is located on a natural continuum in which questions of dynamic system integration are at least implicitly fundamental. Where Plessner fell short, I suggest, is in deriving a largely monological account of the emergence of human-level normativity. The following may be viewed as in part an attempt to offer the complementary perspective, albeit with the full reconciliatory and synthetic engagement to appear in subsequent work. 2. Natural detachment and the hybrid hominin. A. The idea of detachment. The idea of detachment may seem on first pass as a very odd way to begin a discussion about the basis of integration. However, if we begin with some notion of the universe as a whole in a state of a kind of primordial integration, then perhaps we can fathom how detachments from a simple and primordial integration would be a precondition for new and perhaps more interesting and intricate forms of integration. When we take the human self as an unproblematic given, we quickly obscure the issue. No matter how you cut it, from any naturalistic point of view, the self is a highly derived state of affairs. We can't afford to forget this, lest we risk inadvertently tumbling back into metaphysical dualism. There will be a fairly compelling case to be made for the relevance of the idea of detachment to the transition constitutive of hominin evolution, and indeed this idea goes back to the late 18th century. The more speculative mood deigns to propose that detachment can be scaled and tracked all the way down. For present purposes, the objective is not to aspire for the idea of detachment to assume the status of a new master theory, but rather to lobby for its value in a perspectival sense, and in so doing simultaneously affirm the wisdom of some measure of perspectivism in our thinking. The intuition I wish to arouse is that an entity that claims some measure of detachment is to that extent standing on its own feet, and the greater the level of detachment, the more self-standing it is. Detachment then would also suggest internal unity and thus integration, and so must be a kindred concept, and yet detachment is not identical to integration. It can be identical with integration because, as we will see, there is also a special kind of detachment which is downward and disintegrative. More on this later. Detachment, we will have to assume, begins at the beginning, i.e., with the Big Bang. Prior to the Big Bang, all existence was confined to an infinitely dense, infinitesimally small singularity in which there was no space or time, and all four basic forces of nature were united into one. The universe was born, space-time emerges, in an explosion of detachment. Without getting too bogged down in the technical details of high-energy physics and cosmology, the take-home lesson is that a logic of detachments built upon detachments is set into motion from the beginning. It has been theorized that cosmic detachment began with the detachment of gravity from the unity of fundamental forces, resulting in the formation of elementary particles and antiparticles, followed by an inflation into space-time triggered by the further detachment of the strong nuclear force. As yet inexplicable asymmetries in the appearance of baryons versus antibaryons were a sine qua non for the early persistence of our universe. It is now believed that the possibility of mass was predicated upon the detachment of the particle called the Higgs boson, and with that the associated Higgs field. The detachment of the Higgs boson, and thus of mass, then constitutes a horizon for all subsequent material detachments in our universe. Physicists characterize the possibility state space of a simple system in terms of its degrees of freedom. For example, a simple atom like hydrogen can respond to a perturbation by moving in space along three axes, rotating, or elevating the energy level of an electron. It is thus accorded 5 degrees of freedom. A simple diatomic molecule, like H2, can also vibrate along its common axis, so adds an additional degree of freedom. Detachment is always about the emergence of higher degrees of relative independence. We can already see a reciprocal relationship between detachment and integration. Two atoms, each with 5 degrees of freedom, shed their independent degrees of freedom through integrating, by way of a covalent bond, to form a new entity, the diatomic molecule, with 6 degrees of freedom. The more degrees of freedom, the greater the detachment. As our universe has evolved, it has given rise to constituent entities with greater and greater abilities to buffer themselves against ambient winds. Following the same logic, a particle with rest mass that creates a well in space-time is more detached than a particle with no rest mass. A macromolecule, like a protein-based enzyme, whose folding history affects its future actions, is more detached than a simpler molecule whose structure is solely determined by thermodynamic necessity. A major transition in detachment occurred when a system emerged that actively constituted its own boundary and actively sustained its ability to do so. We typically associate this level of detachment with what we recognize as life. All states of detachment are relative, none are absolute. Levels of detachment exist in nested hierarchies. When a new level of detachment emerges, such as the boundary constituting, self-sustaining system, it also creates a space for downward detachments that may be viewed as parasitic on the higher level of detachment upon which it depends. Viruses emerged as expressions of downward detachment. Parasites and their hosts, lower and higher levels of detachment, dialectically interact, resulting in the transformations of each and the appearance of new capacities that neither side of the equation alone could have produced. What begins as an arms race between parasites and hosts has resulted in de novo resources that enable parasite and host to reintegrate and make the jump to a new higher level of detachment. Internal compartmentalization and thereby an increase of organizational complexity has been a response strategy of eukaryotic cells to parasitic challenge, but through symbiotic reintegration has provided the basis for eukaryotes to engage in exploratory processes that lead the way toward both de novo ontogenetic and phylogenetic adaptations. The capacity for active exploratory processes ratchets up the degrees of freedom and level of detachment of a eukaryotic entity by exponential measures. When variation is no longer principally about the stochastic roll of the dice of enol-keto tautomerism in DNA replication, but rather is facilitated by the active processes of a detached entity and instigated by sensitivity to contingent M. 300 Lenny Moss. Buoyant conditions, when might we be warranted to say that normative choice-making has come into play, the stark inadequacy of a narrowly survivalist, Neo-Darwinism was amply revealed by the genome-theoretic debunking of the junk DNA thesis, which itself had been a leading inspiration for the far more popularly influential doctrine of the selfish gene. It has been long since empirically well established that the vast majority of human genomic DNA not only doesn't code for unique protein sequences, nor even for non-coding regulatory elements, but rather is highly repetitive and virus-like in its structure. But rather than being merely a genomic freerider as the proponents of the junk DNA thesis proclaimed, the endogenous, and potentially transposable and self-replicating sequences, have been shown to be instrumental in processes of genetic segmental duplication that result in species-specific, perhaps even species-defining, gene families. The dialectics of detachment suggest that transitions to higher-order levels of detachment will attract new rapprochements between competing entities from lower and higher levels of detachment, and thus that downward detachments, seen dialectically, are means toward a variety of different possible sequelae. When Hegel announced that spirit is the truth of nature, he didn't imagine a story being told at a cell and molecular level, and yet he offered a perspective that we may find insight-inspiring to generalize upon. The preponderance of philosophical normativists have kept naturalism, one way or another, at arm's length. The very idea, however, of an expansive movement of detachment, indeed a dialectics of detachment, anchors an impetus towards an inevitability of normativity as a force of integration, well beyond the imagination of our speculation-allergic normativists. If the legacy of propositionally delimited reflection on the nature of normativity inhibits our ability to fathom normativity outside of modern human practice, then perhaps nature is calling upon us to start thinking beyond the constraints of this legacy. The case of the hybrid hominin, I suggest, will provide an enabling pathway toward this end. That is also to say, in the spirit of a renewed philosophical anthropology, that when we have met the true missing link, she will be us. Be the hybrid hominin. Remarkably, the great majority of both popular and disciplinary accounts of human nature, human evolution, cultural evolution, and the like stand oblivious to two elephants in the room, the biological juvenilizing of the human organism, and the uniquely human orientation toward cooperativity and we-ness. Whereas the former insight has its origins in commonsensical observations of the late 18th century which progressively gained more recondite confirmation over the centuries, the latter is arguably the leading psychological discovery of only 21st century human sciences. Despite this temporal disparity, I will argue that these insights reflect mutually implicative aspects of the hominin we became and continue to be. Hominin neotenus juvenilizing and the hominin orientation toward we-ness will be part of a story about a transition to a new level of detachment that will offer an exemplar for normative integration at a preconceptual level, with implications ranging both back into pre-hominin existence and forward into the symbolically structured human world as well. Our two elephants are typically ignored because they fail to coincide with deeply ingrained assumptions about the human individual, the individual human body and the individual human mind. These assumptions have been secured by various traditions and practices not limited to methodological individualism, neo-Darwinist reductionism, neoclassical economics, rational choice theory, liberal political theory, and so forth. More recent attempts at elaborating cultural evolution theory from a neo-Darwinist perspective simply follow suit in treating norms as bits of information that competing, self-interested individuals choose to adopt or not for reasons of individual instrumental benefit. At its most basic level, human sociality as such, has typically been sidestepped as if it were a non-question. Detachment theory offers a very different account. For cognitive psychologist Merlin Donald, the riddle of Homo erectus was the provocation that led to a breakthrough in thinking about human sociality. How was it possible for Homo erectus, a species that endured for over 1 million years, that domesticated fire and lived in permanent encampments, that produced tools including the Acheulean hand axe that would have required training to produce, that in greatest likelihood engaged in organized big mammal hunts that would have required a division of labor, and who managed to leave Africa and colonize all of the contiguous Eurasian land masses, to do all of this without the benefit of spoken language? Homo erectus, evidence compels us to conclude, had to have established a fully normatively integrated form of life, and for all intents and purposes was the first form of life to have done so. The thesis being proposed is that the evolution of Homo erectus constituted a radical transition in levels of detachment, and we will proceed to draw on the work of various investigators, including Donald, to support this claim. Should this claim be accepted as warranted, its implications would include radically undercutting the entire legacy of methodological, ontological, and epistemological individualism, making common cause with some like-minded contemporaries in the areas of social ontology and phenomenology, and reconfiguring the proper understanding of human freedom and autonomy. If paleontologists agree on anything, they have agreed that early hominin survival, with the loss of the arboreal cover, required a level and a form of social cohesion unprecedented amongst higher primates. Everything we know about Homo erectus supports the view that an entirely new form of expanded sociality was achieved. But how was this possible? As early as the 18th century, Enlightenment thinkers turned their sights onto the human organism and thought about its relationship to the human mind. The common observation was that as organisms, humans are under-specialized weaklings compared to our fellow great apes. It was Gottfried Herder, however, who grasped the significance of this in detachment theoretic terms. For Herder, the loss of physiological specialization constitutes a detachment from the beck and call of nature, and thereby the precondition for a new form of directed attention he called Besinnenheit. On the basis of this simple insight, Herder was able to become the grandfather of cultural anthropology. In the absence of behavioral determinations governed by instinctive stimulus-response mechanisms, a new level of integration could take place. The hominin group could emerge on the basis of unprecedented degrees of freedom to constitute a way of life, not by way of inborn fixed response patterns but by way of the contingent constitution of group norms. Herder referred to a normatively integrated form of life as a folk. The practices of a folk are its means of expressively constituting its way of being. Herder was thereby the founder of the expressive constitutive theory of language superscript 1 and of the study of folk practices in general that anticipated the birth of cultural anthropology as a discipline. When Franz Boas founded cultural anthropology in the last decade of the 19th century, it was expressly understood as a further manifestation of the Herder-Humboldt Volksgeist tradition. The transition to a new level of detachment in which system integration has become fully normative must have involved both losses and gains of functions such as to result in a net increase in degrees of freedom, albeit at the level of the group. The widespread observation of the radical dependency of the human neonate and the comparative weaknesses of the human individual speak to the evident loss of function, but from a biological standpoint, how could these have come about? Evolutionary theory has increasingly become aware of the role that heterochrony, or changes in developmental timing, plays in evolutionary transitions. In the 1920s, the Dutch anatomist Louis Boek put forward the fetalization thesis, suggesting that major human features came as a package through the evolutionary retention of much of the fetal phenotype of the ancestral ape. This thesis was revived in the form of a contemporary popular science account by English zoologist, writer, and filmmaker Clive Bromell. The ensemble of characteristic human features that resemble those of the fetal but not mature chimpanzee includes the following: an upright head, largely hairless body, massive brain with bulbous skull, flattened face, short lower jaw, small teeth, everted lips. In the female, the retention of the outer labia, hymen, and frontal position of the vulva; in the male, the lack of a fully protective foreskin, lack of a penis bone, and lack of spines along the penis. The Belgian anatomist Jos Verhulst also claims that human lungs and heart resemble that of the infant ape. Alongside the fetalization thesis is the observation that the growth pattern of the human neonate's brain for its first year follows that, not of a great ape neonate, but rather that of a fetal brain, giving rise to the idea of the human extrauterine year. By the lights of the fetalization thesis, the comparative enlargement of the human brain came as part of a systematic developmental package and was not initially selected for enhanced brain power. Consistent failure to correlate differences in human intelligence with differences in human brain size would lend some credence to this view. The transition to a fully normatively regulated form of life, a transition that I refer to as the first detachment, as already suggested, would necessarily involve both losses and gains, losses with respect to specialized response mechanisms triggered by particular natural stimuli, and gains with respect to the wherewithal for social integration and coordination. The extrauterine pattern of brain growth can be seen as serving both of these requirements simultaneously. By relocating formative stages of brain development to the postnatal environment, basic structural formations become resituating in a socio-cultural context. This transition fits hand in glove with the seminal work of behavioral ecologist Sarah HRDY. HRDY's work is crucial for understanding the effective basis of the emergence of the hominin group. Comparing relative frequencies of parturition, length of developmental dependency and relative energy cost, HRDY concluded that it would have been impossible for hominin mothers to have raised their offspring alone. The support of extended caregivers, alloparents, would have been obligately required. Subsequent studies on postnatal and child-rearing behavior comparing women from various tribal communities with that of great ape mothers confirmed that great ape mothers are far less willing to allow others to hold their infant, and for over greater period of time, than human mothers, and further that only in the case of human mothers is there ever a rejection of a newborn due to some imperfection. HRDY refers to the effective transition that is introduced by the sharing of infant caregiving at the earliest of stages as the onset of emotional modernity, and she likewise concurs that alloparenting and emotional modernity begins with Homo erectus. The hominin infant, underdeveloped and underspecialized at birth, and raised by an extended community of caregivers, became the first primate to be effectively well suited to be a highly integrated member of a social group. The underspecialized neonate not only lacks the innate obstacles to normatively structured, socio-cultural inclusion, but is also in dire need of compensation for what she lacks. The hominin/human infant, as has become well established, has an appetitive drive toward shared attention and cooperative involvement driven by the need for compensation. The normatively structured world of the group is the compensation. Merlin Donald has led the way in terms of emphasizing that hominin evolution has been about the evolution of sociality. The hominin group coheres on the basis of shared emotions, shared perceptions, and shared practices. Brains have evolved in relation to the cultures of cognition of which they are part. Mindedness is not an individual phenomenon but a cultural one. Minds and cultures, being two reciprocal and interdependent aspects of a single phenomenon, are subject to changes that may be looked from either or both bottom-up or top-down directions. But contrary to the common assumptions emanating from the reflective mind of the philosopher, there is no reason to assume that the nature of consciousness has been any more static than the nature of cultures, and this point will be elaborated upon further below. Does the kind of consciousness that allowed for first detachment and the emergence of a flexibly adaptive normative form of life require or presuppose fully and characteristically self-conscious individuals? I don't see why it must. But even if full-on self-consciousness is not necessary for the transition to a fully normative form of life, neither is merely the loss of environmentally oriented specialization nor is the effective openness to others sufficient. The lifestyle of Homo erectus was sufficiently complex that there had to be some medium for shared understanding at the requisite level of complexity, and a medium with sufficient semantic degrees of freedom to allow for coordinated responsiveness to contingencies beyond that which merely emotional contagion could provide for. Donald approached this problem, taking a cue from Vygotsky, and contemplating what possible game-changing innovation could lie within a plausible zone of proximate evolution. *1 Great apes, notably chimps, gorillas and bonobos, are seen to possess fairly sophisticated levels of social cognition, yet only within the context of an in-the-present, social episode. Just on the basis of a fully upright stature, early small-brained hominins would have already been able to take full advantage of the upright body as a canvas for expressive gesture within the episode. Donald reasoned that in light of an already highly developed capacity for motor coordination, hominins would be within an evolutionary stone's throw of gaining a de novo capacity for enhanced volitional movement outside of the episode, that mimics movements that have recognizable meaning within an episode. He referred to this capacity as that of auto-cueing. The capacity to auto-cue sequences of movements. would have allowed Homo erectus deliberately to redeploy sequences of movements that already have meaning, with communicative intent. Donald refers to this as mimesis and makes the case for how mimesis would have transformed the culture and the cognition of Homo erectus. For present purposes, we can delimit our attention to the way in which mimesis could transform the capacity for normative integration. What does it mean to refer to an entity, or a group of entities, as engaging in a practice? For an activity to be a practice is to ascribe a normative content to it. To engage in a practice is to conform to the right way of doing something. Producing the Acheulean hand axe was a practice, organizing a division of labor for a hunt would have been a practice, and any ritual, such as a ritual dance, was a practice. Donald suggests that with auto-cueing Homo erectus gained the capacity for kinematic imagination, by which he meant the ability to imagine one's body acting in social context as if from an outside perspective. This would seem to coincide well with Helmuth Plessner's concept of X-centric positionality and suggests that X-centric positionality would have likely begun with Homo erectus. This is not to say that Homo erectus would have enjoyed a full sense of selfhood as we know it, but rather that the embodied foundation of selfhood would have been established and provided the basis upon which symbolically mediated structures could eventually be built. With auto-cueing, hominins could become implicitly accountable for their actions. The culture and cognition of mimesis created the fabric, for the first time, of a fully normatively integrated form of life. With the culture of mimesis, hominins entered the realm of Geist, not because they were engaged in explicit self-to-self recognition but because the medium of social integration was that of relations of normative as opposed to physical causality. This claim does constitute an explicit, if perhaps subtle, challenge to the orthodox Hegelian view. 3. Normativity, pre-reflective plural self. Awareness and cerebral asymmetry. In recent literature concerned with collective intentionality there is a growing debate around the idea of plural pre-reflective self-awareness. While it is somewhat more widely accepted that there is a minimal pre-reflective me-ness that accompanies our ongoing experience, there are many hesitations about the assertion of a pre-reflective us-ness. But what these discussions lack, is exactly the genealogical account that the present theory provides. In order to round out our account of that normatively structured form of life that begins with first detachment, we must draw upon the recent renewal of research on cerebral hemispheric asymmetry inspired by the brilliant work of Scottish neuroscientist Ian McGilchrist. The story he has to offer, and upon which I have drawn some further extrapolations, provides exactly the kind of alternative to the individualistic and cognitivist account of the place of the normative that has impeded naturalistic enterprises from the get-go. Why have cerebral asymmetry to begin with? The right and left hemispheres perform distinctly different and in principle complementary functions. The right hemisphere is oriented toward the big picture, the holistic context, whereby the left hemisphere is oriented toward a discrete focus. The right hemisphere is responsible for all forms of attention except focused attention, i.e., vigilance, sustained attention, alertness, and most of divided attention. Where the left hemisphere is analytic and logical and means-ends oriented, the right hemisphere is both the source of one's emotional style and character and the place where the emotions of another can be interpreted and understood. The right hemisphere is oriented towards end in themselves. Where the left hemisphere can judge logical consistency, it can judge and detect the soundness of premises, even when patently absurd. The right hemisphere can judge the soundness of premises but not necessarily the analytic validity of inferences. As the right hemisphere is context sensitive, it can detect and understand a frame shift where the left hemisphere cannot. The right hemisphere provides the location of the body schema and so was presumably instrumental in the transition to auto-cueing and kinematic imagination. The left hemisphere is parasitic on the right hemisphere to the extent of drawing upon its content for its own form of focal analysis. That the right hemisphere is heavier in social animals provides some clue as to its history and trajectory. What seems very likely is that the right hemisphere played a role, especially for animals subject to predation, in providing an around-the-clock vigilance of the general surroundings. A moment's reflection will confirm that a Such general ongoing vigilance would make perfect sense for a creature subject to predation, and b. General vigilance and focused attention are two very different lines of work, and having them separated into different hemispheres makes perfect sense as well. When and where mammals become social, the vigilance would concern itself also with the social dynamics of its surrounding environment. The key move I want to make at this point is to suggest that the right hemisphere was poised to become a normativity detector with the transition of first detachment. We can gain a valuable picture onto what this might look like by referring back to the thesis put forward by former Princeton psychologist Julian Jaynes in his celebrated The Origin of Consciousness. In the breakdown of the bicameral brain, Jaynes argued that there was no indication of self-consciousness as recent as the Iliad, and that individuals acted according to what they experienced as the dictates of the voices of the gods that were heard as auditory hallucination produced by the right hemisphere. Jaynes further supported this thesis by the findings of studies done in Wilder Penfield's laboratory, whereby volunteers were subject to electrical stimulation of their right hemisphere resulting in auditory experiences, some but not all of which were experienced as voices, but all of which were experienced as originating from a source external to the subject. It would follow, and all the more so given what we now know about the right hemisphere, that the right hemisphere was active in interpreting the normative meaning of its environment, which it then announced to the left hemisphere. Consciousness, for Jaynes, in the familiar sense, begins when the left hemisphere commences the narration of a story to oneself about oneself which is based on extrapolation. Whether Jaynes is correct in his reading of the Iliad and his dating of the emergence of self-consciousness to as recently as within 3,000 years ago is not crucial for present purposes. What Jaynes depicts with respect to the right hemisphere, pre-self-consciously monitoring the normative indications of its social environment, is precisely what would enable Homo erectus, in the absence of speech, to achieve and enact a normatively integrated form of life prior to language. Jaynes' conjectures about the right hemisphere are consistent with the conclusions of McGilchrist decades later, which are also further supported by a wealth of intervening data. The proposed primordial dominance of the right hemisphere and its role in ongoing normative perception, along with the affective and cognitive resources previously discussed, go a long way towards providing a plausible account of a pre-linguistic group existence, but I will suggest that one more piece of this puzzle must be put in place. I suggest that for a fully normatively integrated form of life to have flourished, as Homo erectus did for something approaching 1 million years, that there had to be a primordial norm around which all else paid implicit obeisance to, one and only one universal norm, and this was the norm that held that the group is the good. It is this norm, this magnetic north, around which all the practices of the group cohered and towards which they were inflected. It is this norm which allows an effectively and cognitively competent form of life to be constituted by practices that can thereby cohere together. The thesis of the hybrid hominin is that while we are no longer only creatures of the first detachment group and are now left hemisphere dominant, self-narrating, self-conscious individuals, that we are also still creatures of the group, hence the hybridity. The path toward second detachment individuation can also be approached in terms of the integrative force of normativity. Language, the spoken capacity for which is nested in the left hemisphere, was driven by the integrative benefit of rendering the content of ritual into myth. Likewise, the integrative benefits of individual accountability were initially strengthened by the capacity for reflective self-identification and linguistic mastery of the system of personal pronouns. In detachment theoretic terms, however, human individuation is also a form of downward parasitic detachment, which dialectically speaking has both been instrumental in challenging the limits of the traditional group in the name of greater, more universal goods, and yet has also served to subvert the normative coherence of any level of human association. A more adequate elaboration of the normative implications of a dialectics of human detachment, however, must await another day. There are many implications of the hybrid thesis which pertain to the scope and presence of the normative force. Hans Bernhard Schmidt, who has defended the idea of a pre-reflective plural self-awareness, albeit as yet with no thought to a genealogical account, has called to evidence the experience of members of a group cleaving toward a normative desire for agreement as an apparent end in itself. Schmidt's observation only touches the tip of the iceberg. The legacy of first detachment continues to orient us toward abstract norms, the diffracted rays of the lost primordial group, above and beyond accountabilities to merely actual people at particular times and places. Children of immigrants, for example, whose linguistic exposure is almost entirely limited to their parents during their critical language acquisition phase, still manage to become native speakers of the adopted language with no residual accent. These offspring unconsciously privilege their perception of the ambient norm. Even the most accomplished intellectuals will curiously feel themselves to be at a moral disadvantage if they are outnumbered 2-1 in an argument, despite fully knowing that the vast majority of the as yet uncommitted remaining 7 billion extant humans may well side with their position. Empirical studies in social psychology have shown that, for example, being informed about the facts of waste disposal, waste pollution and recycling has less impact on the typical recycling practices of an individual than finding out what their neighbors are doing. Every term I teach, I will invariably encounter students whose internalized norm about not raising their voice will trump the pleadings of a slightly hearing-impaired professor to speak up. The same student who refuses to ask a question, or express a view, in propria persona, will eagerly enter into a protracted peroration just so long as it is understood as the representation of a group of three. One may want to argue that there is safety in numbers, but I would suggest that this adage is an easy cover for what is at root about the psychology of the group and not an individualistic expression of a rational choice. Less anecdotally, I would suggest that the highly influential, if pragmatically ambivalent, Foucauldian concept of power could be better materialized and made serviceable for human, and even meta-human superscript 1 superscript 2 benefit, if it was reconstructed as an expression of normative force and further contextualized within a dialectics of detachment. Again, a topic for forthcoming work. 4 Coda. Finally, to return to the original question of the very hard problem. Even if it is granted that the thesis of the hybrid hominin can yield new insights into how the force of normativity does and/or doesn't constitute the glue of higher order unities in hominin and human life, is there any hope for imagining that any of this analysis can be backtracked down into progressive strata of pre-hominin life, let alone even so far as the early stages of the universe? Does a dialectics of detachment hold any greater promise for taking us closer to a fuller vision of nature beyond that of just so many parts outside of parts? Detachment theory suggests that all unities are only relative, that the unity we have taken to be most unequivocal, the unit of the self, is in fact derivative of the prior unity of the group, as well as a narrative construct that may conceal as much as itself articulates. Detachment theory identifies a drive toward higher degrees of independence, but in an even more speculative vein, could we not also propose a pain of detachment that perhaps even begins with the Big Bang and constitutes a drive toward compensation for the loss of prior unities? Compensation for detachment? In true dialectical fashion, might not every transition in detachment constitute a compensatory reintegration on the one side and yet the pain-inducing provocation for further compensation on the other? Might it thereby be the case that if we were to at least loosen the ties of our neo-Darwinian and Newtonian vestments, that the hard problem of interiority and the very hard problem of integration might become indistinguishable? Could this be at least a glimpse of that truth that spirit reveals about nature? Tom Rockmore. Towards a constructivist approach to human nature. Abstract, this paper will sketch the outlines of a constructivist approach to human nature. Constructivism is an epistemic approach that emerges in ancient geometry, that comes into modern philosophy, and that resembles certain scientific practices. The paper begins with brief remarks on epistemic constructivism before turning to three important illustrations: Kant's Copernican revolution, Bas van Frassen's constructivist empiricism, and Noam Chomsky's generative linguistics. I argue that the human sciences routinely and successfully construct representations of human nature, not as it is, but as it appears and is known on the basis of available empirical data. On representing human nature. The theme of human nature is much discussed in religion, natural and social science, philosophy, and other fields. My modest aim in turning to this theme is to offer an alternative to other views but not to provide a definitive response to the familiar question, what is human nature? Representation of human nature falls into the more general category of epistemic representation. There are many religious, philosophical, scientific and other theories of human nature. Western religious views of human nature include the idea that human beings are made in God's image, the traditional Christian view that human beings are basically evil and have sinned by falling away from God, and the liberal theological conviction that human being is basically good. A short, obviously incomplete list of philosophical views of human nature might include the names of Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, Rousseau, Hume, and Kant. Superscript 1. There are many different views of human nature in biology, psychology, anthropology and allied fields. Darwin appears to deny there is a fixed human nature. Nothing is to be gained by further multiplying examples. There is already an immense literature about human nature, but nothing resembling general agreement. Suffice it to say that human nature presents a continuing field of research in many different fields, especially the human sciences. Some philosophical views of human nature. Philosophical views of human nature are often included in concepts of the subject. Thus, Augustine and other medieval Christian figures formulate views of the subject capable of moral responsibility. They distinguish between morally correct and incorrect actions to account for human responsibility in the fall away from God. In the early modern tradition, the medieval conception of the subject is reformulated as the capacity to differentiate between ideas that either meet or fail to meet the Cartesian cognitive criterion of clear and distinct ideas. Augustine, Descartes and others share an indirect approach to the subject as possessing capacities apparently required to account for types of experience, such as acting correctly or claiming to know. Others, who take a more skeptical view, deny we can know human nature, or at least deny we can know the subject, who lies beyond the limits of human cognition. Thus, the new Mysterianism denies that certain problems associated with human being, such as the hard problem of consciousness, will ever be solved. Superscript 2. Mysterian skepticism is anticipated by Kant. According to Kant, the subject must accompany all representations and be able to formulate universal principles for action. Yet, in denying the inference from a type of activity to the subject, Kant suggests that the human subject is not known, but unknown, and, in fact, unknowable to us. Though we know what a subject is capable of doing, the subject itself lies beyond the limits of cognition. Kant's skeptical view about the subject is based on his familiar distinction between appearance and reality. The view is clearly stated a number of times. In the Prolegomena in the analysis of psychological ideas. Superscript 3. In various passages he relies on his distinction between appearance and reality to argue that the subject is unknown. In reference to the account of the amphiboly of reflection in the first critique, he says that if we remove all accidents or predicates, we arrive at the subject itself, which remains unknown to us. In 47, in implicitly referring to Descartes, he states that the subject of thinking can be called substance, but this is an empty concept. In 48, he takes up the problem of the persistence of the soul with respect to possible experience, such as we may infer representations, but denies we can prove the persistence of the soul beyond the life of an individual. In 49, he says we are conscious of what he calls the soul as existing in time, hence the subject of appearances, but, he says, the underlying being as it is in itself, which underlies these appearances, is unknown to me. Plato is apparently the initial thinker of the first rank to insist on the distinction between appearance and reality. The Kantian reformulation of this ancient distinction recurs in being and time as the distinction between the various human sciences and Heidegger's theory of Dasein. In 10, Heidegger draws attention to his philosophical conception of the subject as distinguished from anthropology, psychology, and biology and even ethnology. According to Heidegger, in such classical views of man as a rational animal and as made in the image of God, the essence of man or again his being, which is mistakenly taken as self-evident, is rather forgotten. Heidegger thinks this is the case for anthropology, as well as psychology and biology. His conviction that the ontological foundations cannot be made visible from empirical materials indicates that an ontological analysis cannot be carried out on an empirical basis. According to Heidegger, the philosophical subject is presupposed by, hence cannot be studied within, the human sciences. There is a crucial difference between Kant's and Heidegger's approach to human nature. Kant claims that since reality cannot be known, the subject cannot be known. Heidegger, who distinguishes philosophy and the human sciences, claims the subject can be known philosophically. In what follows I will sketch a constructivist approach, if not to human nature, at least to human being as it is known to us through empirical data in enfranchising the human sciences on philosophical grounds. The scientific procedure of finding out about human beings is in a way similar to what is sometimes called the hermeneutical circle. This circle is understood in various ways, such as a relation between part and whole, or again between what one presupposes and what one uncovers or discovers on that basis. At a minimum, it provides a way, if not to determine human nature as it is in independence of us, then to study human nature not as it is but as it appears in experience. Representation as an epistemic problem. We can start by looking at representationalism. Representation of human nature assumes there is something we can call human nature, hence that it is, but not what it is. This theme presents important difficulties. From the epistemic perspective, it raises the question of the nature and limits of knowledge of human nature, or what human beings can legitimately claim to know about themselves. From the scientific perspective, it raises the related question of how to study human nature within the parameters of contemporary science. Representation of human nature is a kind of cognition, hence bound up with, and subject to the limits of, cognition in general. To understand the limits of cognition, it will be useful to begin with the crucial triple distinction between phenomenon, appearance, and representation. I will understand the term phenomenon to refer to what, though present to mind, or in mind so to speak, does not refer beyond itself to something else, for instance to what is not in mind. I will understand appearance to relate to what is in mind but that refers beyond itself in establishing a relation between itself and the referent. As used here, reference is both a quasi-logical as well as a cognitive relation. Reference is quasi-logical since it establishes a quasi-logical relation between two objects, one of which refers and the other of which is referred to, or the referent. Reference is often understood in causal terms. In order to refer beyond itself, an appearance might be the effect of what appears is the cause. Yet an appearance need not resemble or otherwise be like its cause, hence enabling us to correctly or again faithfully represent reality. It follows that one cannot infer from an appearance, any appearance, to its cause. In other words, if successful representation is the price of cognition, then there is no cognitive relation between an appearance and what appears. This identity quickly became a cognitive criterion that echoes through the entire later tradition. According to this model, a successful representation correctly picks out or otherwise identifies what it represents in yielding knowledge of what is. For instance, in a causal theory of reference the effect correctly refers, hence correctly represents its cause or referent. Plato's denial of the backward inference from effect to cause is an important part of his turn to the notorious theory of forms or ideas. This triple distinction between phenomenon, appearance and representation provides a basis to understand representation of all kinds, hence representation of human nature. The problem of epistemic reference arises early in the Greek tradition. Parmenides influentially suggests, since thought and being are the same, that there is an identity between thought and being. This identity quickly became a cognitive criterion that runs from ancient philosophy until the present. Epistemology is the daughter of ontology. The Parmenidean claim for the identity of thought and being suggests three possible cognitive approaches. They include, metaphysical realism, or the view that cognition requires a grasp of mind-independent reality beyond mere appearance, the opposite view, or epistemic skepticism following from the failure to grasp mind-independent reality, and, finally, the alternative claim that we cognize only what we in some sense can be said to construct, or epistemic constructivism. Everyone will have a favorite illustration of the different interpretations of the Parmenidean cognitive criterion. Suffice it to say that the distinction between appearance and representation divides Plato and Kant. Appearance falls short of cognition, which requires correct representation, or the cognitive grasp of mind-independent reality. Plato rejects the very idea of representation in suggesting that if there is knowledge, direct epistemic intuition must be possible. Some views of philosophical representation. The highest form of representation is imitation. In the Republic, Plato draws attention to the distinction between an imitation and reality. According to Plato, artists and poets should be beaten and excluded from the city for proposing an imitation of an imitation as the real or true. He further suggests on grounds of nature and nurture that for knowledge to be possible, some gifted individuals must be able directly to see or directly intuit the real. Plato proposes a speculative solution to the cognitive problem. He takes seriously the Parmenidean view that cognition presupposes a cognitive grasp of the mind-independent real, in his case the forms or ideas to which his theory refers. His view includes two main points. He rejects the backward inference from effect to cause, since correct representation is not possible even in the case of artistic mimesis. According to the theory of forms, cognition circumvents the inability to represent the real, hence, to satisfy the Parmenidean criterion, through direct intuition of the real. This problem later becomes central to the critical philosophy. Kant thought he was misinterpreted by his early readers. He later suggested that an author is easy to understand if we rely on a view of the whole. Yet several centuries later there is no agreement on even the general outlines of his position. I believe Kant inconsistently features two different and incompatible approaches to cognition. His early representationalist view, which has support in the texts, regularly leads scholars to infer he is a representationalist. In his mature critical period, Kant rejected representationalism in favor of constructivism. Kant's constructivist view, which lies at the heart of his mature view, is perhaps his most original philosophical contribution. Yet several hundred years later Kantian constructivism is still little studied. Representationalism is popular in modern philosophy. Yet it has never been made out, and Kant was correct to abandon it. A representational approach to cognition is not plausible since we do not and cannot match up or otherwise compare a proposed representation to what it represents. No plausible way has ever been suggested to show that a representation is correct. A successful representation would cognize a mind-independent object, hence cognize the real. Kant accepts this view, since, as he points out, in dealing a fatal blow to cognitive representationalism at least on a Parmenidean model, no progress has ever been made toward grasping an independent object. Kant, who claims his theory should be understood in relation to Hume's, is perhaps better understood with respect to Plato. Kant's relation to Plato is unclear. Though we do not know if Kant studied or even read his Greek predecessor, he clearly claims to understand Plato better than the latter did himself. We recall that Plato rejects the backward inference from being to thought, or from the world of appearances to mind-independent reality, in opting for intellectual intuition of the real. Kant, like Plato, rejects the backward cognitive inference from appearance to reality as well as intellectual intuition on which Plato relies. In its place, and to avoid cognitive skepticism, he suggests what I will be calling cognitive constructivism. The Copernican revolution as cognitive constructivism. Cognitive constructivism is another name for the frequently mentioned but little studied so-called Copernican revolution. Kant never uses this term to refer to his own position. But it was used by his contemporaries Reinhold and Schelling to describe the critical philosophy. Kant's Copernican turn is rapidly evoked in the preface to the Critique of Pure Reason but routinely overlooked in the debate. It is at least surprising that at a time when the Tower of Babel is nearing completion, and when every aspect of Kant's corpus has received extensive attention, that the most detailed study of Kant's relation to Copernicus, a weighty tome of some 600 pages, concludes that there is no relation. Kant very rapidly presents his discovery in 3 points. First, according to Kant, as mentioned above, there has never been any progress towards grasping a mind-independent object. This suggests the impossibility of basing cognition on the supposed grasp of mind-independent reality. In other words, Kant, who describes himself as an a priori thinker, is inconsistently suggesting on a posteriori grounds that there has never been any progress toward metaphysical realism. Second, Kant famously suggests that knowledge may be possible if we invert the relation of subject and object so that the latter depends on the former. This is a version of the central constructivist epistemic claim, we know only what we construct. And, third, there is an analogy between the critical philosophy and Copernican astronomy, since in both cases the cognitive object, or what we seek to know, depends on the subject. In other words, since objective claims to know are centrally linked to a subjective component, for Kant and other constructivists the road to objectivity necessarily runs through subjectivity. Kant relies on experience in suggesting that knowledge is possible if and only if the object depends on the subject. As a result, Kantian a priorism is compromised by, and perhaps is even a species of, pragmatism. Instead of providing a transcendental theory that conclusively demonstrates the possibility of knowledge in general, Kant can plausibly be read as formulating a speculative approach to cognition dependent on past experience. In rejecting cognition of a mind-independent object, Kant abandons the traditional effort to know the real. In turning to constructivism, Kant also gives up representationalism in all its forms. According to Kant, in order to avoid cognitive skepticism, we should, to avoid skepticism, undertake as an experiment an approach based on the idea that we know only what we construct. To weigh the importance of this suggestion, it will be useful to distinguish between a priori, apodictic, and a posteriori, non-apodictic cognitive claims. Kant's normative view of knowledge as a priori, hence apodictic, relies on Euclidean geometry in formulating his constructivist approach. According to plane geometry, the construction of a single geometrical figure, for instance a right-angled triangle, proves the existence of the entire class, in this case the class of right-angled triangles. Kant, who favors a normative view of cognition as apodictic, thinks that pure mathematics and pure natural science are both a priori sources of knowledge since their objects must conform to cognition. Kant's constructivist approach for perhaps the first time breaks the Parmenidean link between metaphysical realism, thinking and being. According to Kant, cognition, which is limited to what we construct, excludes knowledge of reality, also known as the noumenon or again the thing in itself. Kant inconsistently defends, but also gives up, metaphysical realism. According to Kant, if, as he says, the sensory objects given in experience are appearances, then there must be things in themselves, or reality, as their cause. This view is doubly problematic. On the one hand, we do not know and cannot determine that the objects of experience are appearances rather than mere phenomena. On the other hand, if there were appearances, this would lead to the inference that cognition of objects of experience depends on the necessary assumption of an unknown and unknowable real, or metaphysical reality. In this case, cognition presupposes a cognitive relation between the knower and the knowable or reality that appears. It is often assumed that cognition requires a grasp of the mind-independent real. Yet no one has ever shown how this is possible, nor demonstrated that reality appears. If we abandon the view of the object of experience as an appearance and consider it as a mere phenomenon, we can give up talk about its relation to reality in considering its cognitive role for us. For thought to grasp being, we must either be able to know the real or abandon the in principle hopeless task in constructing a theory about what we know. Both approaches yield the Parmenidean identity between thought and being. But only the latter, which abandons the theoretical insistence on grasping the real, which in practice cannot be demonstrated, still seems plausible. In this respect, Kant's critical philosophy is a defining moment in the epistemic debate. With respect to Kant, there is a before and after. On the one hand, there was a time before the critical philosophy when, at least since Parmenides, it seemed necessary or at least plausible to insist on a grasp of reality as necessary for cognition. On the other hand, there is a time after the critical philosophy when it no longer seemed plausible to insist on a cognitive criterion that remained equally popular after as well as before the critical philosophy. Kant's view that there has never been progress toward grasping independent objects has never been answered. There are many different forms of realism. Metaphysical realism, which claims to cognize the real, and constructivism, which suggests that though we cannot cognize the real we can at least know what we construct, are incompatible. In Kant's wake, this observation points away from metaphysical realism and toward constructivism. These rapid remarks suggest a view of epistemic constructivism that has the following properties. First, it maintains the Parmenidean stress on the identity of thought and being. Second, it accepts a version of the Kantian constructivist insight that we know only what we in some sense construct in leaving that term as undefined. And, third, it gives up reference to metaphysical or mind-independent reality. The Kantian constructivist approach is revised by Hegel as an ongoing process of constructing a theory on the basis of the contents of experience that is, if necessary, later adjusted to account for further experience. We assume, but never know that our theories about the contents of experience apply to the world as given in experience. Such theories are never certain and do not yield truth. At best they yield, as Dewey would say, warranted assertable views on the basis of what we think is correct at a given point in time. Theories arise on the basis of experience, and are tested in further experience, in which they are either accepted, or rejected and modified. I shall take this comparatively slimmer, quasi-Hegelian empirical view of constructivism as a model for research about and the representation of human nature. The constructivist view presented in the preceding section is perfectly general. If it is valid for science of all kinds, including the human sciences. Science is in general empirical. Even the most theoretical form of science must take into account the available empirical information. Philosophy of science turns on correctly understanding the nature and limits of an empirical approach to cognition. A constructivist form of science, or scientific empiricism, which is broadly compatible with the view sketched here, is formulated by Bas van Frassen. Van Frassen distinguishes broadly between realism, or metaphysical realism, two terms he uses as synonyms, and empiricism as mutually exclusive alternatives. He rejects the former in favor of the latter in defending a moderate form of empiricism suitably cleansed of some of the most extreme aspects of Vienna Circle positivism. In the very short preface to the Scientific Image, he writes, I shall present three theories, which need each other for mutual support. The first concerns the relation of a theory to the world, and especially what may be called its empirical import. The second is a theory of scientific explanation, in which the explanatory power of towards a constructivist approach to human nature 323. A theory is held to be a feature which does indeed go beyond its empirical import, but which is radically context-dependent. And the third is an explication of probability as it occurs within physical theory. Since science needs to take empirical information into account, it is context-dependent. Van Frassen sees himself as an analytic philosopher concerned with the relationship of scientific theories to the world. But he does not seem to detect the underlying pragmatic tone linking his view of science with, for instance, Hegel's analytic philosophy has often inclined toward neo-Cartesianism, which is committed to variations on the foundationalist theme. In the Vienna Circle movement, foundationalism takes the form of a claim described in the manifesto of the Vienna Circle in two main points: knowledge comes only from experience, and the scientific conception of the world is linked to logical analysis. To grasp the significance of Van Frassen's rehabilitation of anti-realism, it will be useful briefly to reconstruct the Vienna Circle view he refutes. Empirical constructivism after logical positivism. The logical approach to classical empiricism perhaps reaches a peak in the early Vienna Circle's turn to protocols. In general, the members of the Vienna Circle were committed to scientism, or the ideological view of natural science extending beyond its usual limits. This positivist approach understands science as the main or even the only important source of knowledge. The positivists rejected any form of synthetic a priori while insisting on strong, quasi-Kantian claims for knowledge in basing knowledge claims on supposedly infeasible items of experience. This effort led to an important, complex debate between Carnap, Neurath, Schlick, and others about scientific empiricism, intended to provide a seamless link between observation and scientific law. Like Wittgenstein, Carnap understands protocol propositions as propositions that do not require proof but rather serve as the basis for all the other propositions of science, or as the simplest propositions of the protocol language. In anticipating Sellers, the Vienna Circle positivists think protocol propositions are directly related to the given, or the immediate contents of experience or phenomena, hence to the simplest cognizable states. According to Carnap, the propositions of the protocol language, for instance the protocol sentences, are translatable into the physicalist language of science. Sellers assumes there is no more than a single correct analysis of the relation between the sign and what it represents. Wittgenstein, on whom Carnap relies in his view of protocol sentences, felt he was completely misunderstood by his positivist enthusiasts. Neurath, who opposed the foundationalism implicit in Wittgenstein and explicit in Carnap and Schlick, objected to the very idea of a protocol as little more than a fiction presupposing an ideal language. According to Neurath, the fiction of an ideal language constructed of clean atomic sentences is just as metaphysical as the fiction of Laplace's famous spirit. Superscript 1. In this context, he made the important remark that Quine cites in the exerg in Word and Object about the similarity between a clean protocol sentence and repairing a ship on the open sea. Long before Quine, he sees that the problem of direct reference has no formal solution. The controversy between Carnap the empirical foundationalist and Neurath who criticized the positivist project is obviously related to semantics. Neurath's criticism of Carnap suggests that the semantic project running through the entire analytic debate since Freya, and perhaps most closely associated now with Brandom, cannot be carried out. A successful reconstruction of the epistemological ship would presuppose an ideal language allowing neither more nor less than a single correct analysis. Neurath, on the contrary, prefers a real language that permits an unlimited number of possible analyses, the same point Quine later works out in his theory of the indeterminacy of translation. Dreams tend to persist even if the aim for which they arise cannot be fulfilled. Carnap, who acknowledged the importance of Neurath's critique, immediately abandoned the idea of basing science on incorrigible empirical constatations. In giving up empirical foundations as anything more than an unrealizable ideal, he fell back on an ideal language. Neurath's attack on Carnap was later continued by Quine who, in proposing the indeterminacy of translation and in refuting the distinction between a natural and an ideal language, decisively undercut Carnap's project, and perhaps the entire Vienna Circle program as well. In retrospect, Vienna Circle protocol theory belongs to the effort including metaphysical realism, Platonic intuitionism, Cartesian epistemic foundationalism, post-Hegelian phenomenology, Phrygian semantics, and so on. Though they differ widely, these and other approaches all aim at cognizing the real. More than 2.5 millennia after Parmenides called for the identity between thought and being, they intend finally to make the transition in linking together, as McDowell has recently suggested, mind and world. Van Frassen's constructivist empiricism. Van Frassen's constructivist empiricism presupposes, but does not present or otherwise work out, the critique of Vienna Circle positivism in rejecting metaphysical realism. The association between metaphysical realism and truth is as frequent as it is indemonstrable. There are, like ice cream, numerous kinds of realism. Van Frassen's particular form of anti-realism seems squarely directed against the idea that at long last, there is real hope, through some hitherto undreamed of clever stratagem, of finally getting it right about the real. In different ways, this general claim goes all the way back in the tradition to Plato, perhaps even to Parmenides. Not surprisingly, it remains popular since metaphysical realism remains popular. A metaphysical realist claim is still implicit at present in the semantic approach to reference that now seems to be ingredient in recent work in inferentialist semantics. Though it may be helpful to self-esteem to think we are finally, after several thousand years of effort, on the verge of cognizing the real, nothing other than the self-delusion of workers in the philosophical vineyard shows this is either correct or indeed necessary. Van Fraassen rejects realism in embracing empiricism that he regards as anti-realist. He bases his understanding of science on the quasi-Kantian view that, since we cannot grasp the real, we must accept anti-realism. He thinks our best and perhaps only recourse lies in constructing a theory about what we indirectly know on the basis of incomplete experience. In the scientific image, he claims, science aims to give us theories which are empirically adequate, and acceptance of a theory involves as belief only that it is empirically adequate. Many observers believe there is an exclusive alternative between cognition and skepticism. The strength of constructivist empiricism lies in the quasi-pragmatic acceptance of a third view, or empirical adequacy. Empirical adequacy is obviously stronger than epistemic skepticism but weaker than truth claims. This intermediate cognitive claim that is neither cognitive fish nor cognitive fowl enables Van Fraassen to reject claims for scientific truth that cannot be made out in favor of weaker cognitive claims that can be defended, if not metaphysically, at least empirically. According to Van Fraassen, science aims to give us, in its theories, a literally true story of what the world is like, and acceptance of a scientific theory involves the belief that it is true. The difficulty lies in an ambiguity with respect to truth. Van Fraassen depicts constructive empiricism as both maintaining as well as abandoning a traditional epistemic cognitive claim. Instead of turning away from truth and toward empirical adequacy, Van Fraassen sometimes seems to seek to have it both ways. He writes, "Theory is empirically adequate exactly if what it says about the observable things and events in the world is true, exactly if it saves the phenomena." This view seems to conflate 2 points, roughly getting it right about the world, on the one hand, and any claim for truth, on the other. What is empirical adequacy? According to Van Fraassen, empirical adequacy is always potential, never fully realized, since further measurements can always be taken. He apparently thinks that in the absence of countervailing evidence we can hold that theories are adequate, but we cannot hold that they are true. When the chips are down, Van Fraassen believes constructive empiricism is comparatively better than the realist alternative, that is, that it makes better sense of science, and of scientific activity, than realism does. According to Van Fraassen, explanation yields no more than description. He writes that a success of explanation is a success of adequate and informative description. In his view, science contributes nothing to explanation over and above the descriptive and informative content of the scientific theory. Hence one must agree with his conclusion that, as he puts it, the assertion of empirical adequacy is a great deal weaker than the assertion of truth. A full-fledged account of constructive empiricism would need to consider such further factors as causality, reasoning to the best explanation, unobservables, the hermeneutical circle, and so on. Constructivist empiricism as a science of man. Van Fraassen's constructive empiricism is intended to sketch an interpretation of science, but not to substitute itself for science. Human nature is one among a large number of possible themes for scientific investigation. A constructivist form of empiricism is relevant to the more specific theme of human nature. The speculative approach of constructive empiricism is further exemplified in the wide range of the human sciences, for instance to the general linguistic approach to constructing models to understand the implied capacities that explain ordinary language. Van Fraassen's constructive empiricism and Noam Chomsky's generative linguistic theory are related as two important illustrations of a constructivist approach to cognition. Language is often described as a unique or at least a specific human capacity, but observers divide about how to understand it. Chomsky is a widely known pioneer in so-called generative grammar. Generative grammar refers to a system of rules intended to generate grammatical sentences in a particular natural language. Chomsky has developed this theory over more than half a century, in a series of different but related forms. At the heart of this theory he postulates unlearned but tacitly known universals of human linguistic structure that according to his theory make it possible for children to learn natural languages. In short, the success of the theory turns on the ability to construct a model of human language on the basis of universals of human linguistic structure that are postulated to explain linguistic syntax. Over the years, Chomsky's program has taken a number of forms, including the standard theory, the extended standard theory, the revised extended standard theory, relational grammar, government and binding principles or parameters theory, and then the minimalist program from 1990 to present. Since this is not a study of Chomskyan linguistics, we do not have to follow its development in any detail. We are concerned here with the representation of human nature, for instance in contemporary linguistics, specifically in Chomsky's generative theory of grammar, as an illustration of constructive empiricism, but unconcerned with the specific differences in its formulation. Chomsky has described his linguistic theory in different ways in a large number of publications. In a recent study, he addresses the ancient question of the kind of creatures that we are in remarks on language. Chomsky's account is often complex, even daunting. For instance, in his offhand remark about the apparent linguistic preference for minimal structural distance as opposed to minimal linear distance point superscript 1 Chomsky believes that minimal distance is employed in what he calls minimal computation. Chomskyan universal grammar is broadly Kantian. Kant's critical philosophy is based on the hypothesis of a small number of categories situated in the mind that can be applied to sensory data that are worked up into cognizable objects. In his theory of universal grammar, Chomsky replaces Kantian categories by genetically determined universal grammatical structures. Obviously, the status of linguistic universals is key to Chomsky's generative grammar. His specific claim about linguistic universals is unclear. One possibility is that linguistic universals that, like Kantian categories, are hardwired into the mind. Another possibility might be that Chomskyan linguistic universals are merely a heuristic linguistic device to represent the linguistic capacity exhibited by normal human beings all over the world. According to Chomsky, language design ignores order since what he calls the basic property is determined hierarchically. If one could show that linguistic universals do not exist, that the learning of language does not depend on linguistic universals, or that comparatively better linguistic explanations are available, then so-called universal grammar, including linguistic universals, would lose their explanatory purpose. At the time of this writing, Chomsky, who is still active, detects no plausible threats to universal grammar on the horizon. He describes his recent interest in what he calls the minimalist program, specifically the so-called strong minimalist thesis designed to ask how far it can be sustained in the face of the observed complexities and varieties of the languages of the world. The most recent instantiation of his theory is empirical, constructivist, and speculative. It is empirical in that it is constructed on the basis of what we know empirically about language. It is speculative with respect to one or more hypotheses introduced with the aim of bringing available empirical materials and postulated but never directly observed or observable linguistic structures together in a single theory. More generally, Chomsky's universal grammar joins together empirical and conceptual materials. His theory relates unobservable but postulated linguistic structures to empirical data in a so-called universal grammar. The very idea of universal grammar suggests that Chomsky, like Kant, is aiming at unrevisable knowledge, in Chomsky's case on the basis of empirical data. But, as the adage that all roads lead to Rome reminds us, there are infinitely many different ways to get from here to there. This suggests there may be scientifically reasonable alternatives to Chomsky's generative grammar. New empirical data or deeper analysis of already available data may later identify the need for new iterations of the theory or, as the case may be, successor theories that account for available data in new and better ways or even new data. We cannot exclude the need for a basically new theory that at long last gives up the idea of linguistic universals. A better theory can be said to explain everything the prior theory explains plus at least one thing it ought to but fails to describe. An example might be the orbital peculiarity of Mercury that should be, but is not, explained in Newtonian mechanics, but is explained in relativity theory. Hence, relativity theory can be said to be explanatorily stronger than celestial mechanics. A further difficulty lies in the relation of Chomsky's theoretical edifice to available linguistic data. In his recent book as in many of his other linguistic publications, Chomsky is concerned to construct a general theory without, as towards a constructivist approach to human nature 329. In this case, a single reference to a human natural language, perhaps because the relation of the empirical component seems not to interest him more than indirectly. Conclusion, towards a constructivist theory of human nature. This paper suggests that we can and do make progress toward grasping human nature through research in the human sciences. I have argued that what we take to be human nature in the human sciences is, like all science, perhaps cognition of all kinds, the result of the construction of theories on the basis of the available empirical data in grasping indirectly, by inference, what we cannot otherwise grasp directly. In other words, the construction, testing, and reconstruction of such theories slowly yields an empirically based representation of human nature, not as it is but rather as it appears. Progress towards knowing who we are in practice contrasts with the theoretical arguments marshaled by philosophers. According to Kant, we cannot know who we are since we cannot go beyond mere appearances to reality. According Heidegger, we cannot learn about human nature through the human sciences that presuppose a conception of the subject that is however available in his phenomenological ontology. Both Kant and Heidegger deny we can know the human subject since they set the cognitive bar too high, Kant in order to call attention to any concern to go beyond the limits of experience and Heidegger in order to deflect attention toward his favored Dasein or human being and being in general. Kant's negative conclusions follow only if we accept the view that knowledge requires a cognitive grasp of the real, in this case human beings as they are, something that in his position lies beyond cognition, as distinguished from how they merely appear. Yet there is no reason to infer that if we cannot know the human subject as it is that we cannot know it as it appears in various forms of experience. In the same way, Heidegger's negative conclusion derives from a misunderstanding of the hermeneutical circle, more precisely a failure to grasp that we come to know human nature in and through what human beings do. If we invoke a weaker cognitive standard, then we overcome the theoretical problem about knowledge of human nature that emerges in the human sciences. Peirce pointed out roughly a century ago that what we mean by the real is, or at least should be, what our views converge on in the long run. In the same spirit, I would like to suggest that what we take to be human nature is what a constructivist approach to the human sciences tells us in the long run about human beings.